Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TICAD8 Business Forum, Day 2 afternoon session. We shall start this afternoon session with a panel discussion. This session introduces the dynamic activities of private enterprises in Africa and explores the opportunities for Japanese and African enterprises to work together to enter international markets. I will turn the event over to our moderator, Dr. Hirano Katsumi, Chief Senior Researcher. So, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to explain a little bit about the main points of the panel discussion. The growth rate of Africa is astonishing. The GDP growing by threefold. And I do believe it's actually the private sector, not governments, that led this PG growth. When we think about the African economy, it is how companies operate. Because they're not bound by national boundaries, you cannot go and scrutinize country by country. You have to have more of a wider outlook. I myself have a lot of opportunities to talk to business leaders. And a lot of leaders speak of their concerns about country risk of individual countries. I do believe it is important to look at the situation from a different point of view. And to that purpose, we have 7 wonderful panelists with a lot of experience and knowledge about the African economy. And also, individually, they'll be able to tell us what their businesses are in Africa and how they deal, especially the Japanese companies, how they deal with their country risks previously mentioned. When we think about the next TICAD, we do look forward to welcoming even more participants. So this is a good starting off point. So I will begin by asking each of the panelists to introduce themselves briefly.
So the brief introduction of your company and yourself. At first is Mr. Zenede Negatsu. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you very much. It's always good to be back at TICAD. This is, I think, my 3rd one. My name is Zemedine Ngatu. I'm the global chairman of a Washington, D.C.-based investment firm. We do primarily private equity, but we also do venture capital. And another side of our business is investment banking, mostly the transaction advisory side. We're focused, even though we're based in the United States, even though we're an American firm, we're primarily investing in Africa. We have few investments outside of Africa, but our primary focus is Africa, countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, and other places. And we focus on what is needed on Africa, infrastructure, manufacturing, the agricultural sector, primarily agro-processing, natural resources, and we're trying to do some things in the hospitality industry, although we haven't done much yet. We're very heavy into transport and logistics. We've done a lot of airlines in Africa. I know it's not a business that most people wanted to get into, but we're very good at it. And we're also big investors in technology. So when I saw a lot of the Japanese companies doing presentations on technology, it sounds like there's an alignment about what we see is the right thing to do and what a lot of the Japanese companies say they want to do in Africa. So for example, we are early investors in fintech before fintech became the rage as it is now. So we're investors in one of the largest fintech companies in Africa. We realized years ago that access to finance by millions of Africans was lacking. I know I have a banker right next to me here. But we realized the way to address that will be to invest in technology. So as I said, we invested early on as a venture capitalist, and it wasn't even like private equity, but 11 years ago in a fintech company that is now one of the largest in Africa. We're also heavy into manufacturing. We believe there is a case to be made for manufacturing in Africa. At the moment, there's relatively small, manufacturing contributes relatively small to Africa's GDP, but I think we believe, especially labor-intensive manufacturing, we think is doable in Africa, so we're heavy into manufacturing as well. And as I said, in technology, we own a fairly sizable systems implementation and integration firm which implements very large ERPs from Oracle and SAP. So in a nutshell, this is what we do, and we're very happy here. I mean, obviously, we see synergies between what we do. Our investor base is very wide, from the Gulf, from the UAE to the Saudis, to Asia, from Singapore. We have investors from Israel, and obviously we have investors from the United States and in Europe. So thank you for the opportunity. I hope I didn't overlap my time, but I thought I'll give you an overview of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenemete. Next, Mr. Usek.
Thank you very much. This is my first time here, and it's a privilege to be here. I've never been to Tunis, so I like the city, and I'm sure I'm going to come again. My name is Sheikh Umakwai. I'm an executive in Access Bank. Access Bank is Nigeria's largest bank by total assets. We have about 50 million customers. We operate out of 17 countries in the world, 14 in Africa. We are not yet in Tunisia. We are not in North Africa, but we are very strong in South Africa, East Africa, West Africa. Basically, what we do is we want to support corporates, both small and large corporate, SMEs, women, youth, and also to promote financial inclusion. Doing that, we focus on 4 core areas. We look at trade, because I think one of the things that of interest to me was the trade component. How do you support trade within Africa, and also how do you support international trade? So we are very focused on ensuring that we carry the touch of what AFCJ is trying to do, and we try to do it to also ensure that there is regional integration. So there is integration in SADC, in COMESA, and the other regions. The other thing that we focus on, we also focus on large corporates. We do believe that African corporates now take an African decision. They don't take a country decision, and therefore we are ensuring that wherever we are, we support the large corporates that we work with. We also look at areas of retail. We believe that the African, we have about around about 400 million Africans who are financially excluded. Part of what we want to do is to ensure that we bring financial inclusion to the doors of most people. So we are working very well with a number of agencies and telcos to make that happen. The other is remittances. I mean, there are billions of dollars of remittances coming into Africa. We're also ensuring that we play a pivotal role in ensuring that we facilitate that. So those are the things that we do. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Abdul Baidoun.
Bonjour pour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Bidoun Abdul.
My name is Abdul. And our story in Africa is a simple one. But the situation is not simple. I left Lebanon when I was 16 years old. That was back in 1976, and I went to Côte d'Ivoire. I've been there for 45 years. I think that we have accumulated enough expertise in Africa and other countries. I'm the founder of the Rich Group since the 1980s. We operate in 12 countries, in 4 different sectors: industry and services. We have purchased many companies, and we have founded many. We are 23 companies currently, and our turnover is 600 million euros. This group belongs to a number of families.
dans laquelle nous avons
including
vécu les années
my
80 ensemble,
family.
dans une condition très, très familiale. Et
This
c'est
is
un
a
modèle dans
very
lequel avoir du partenariat,
family-oriented
dans
environment,
lequel
business
nous
environment.
avons toujours
And
encouragé tout le monde d'avoir un partenariat entre deux familles, même si ce ne soit pas la
always
même
encouraged this partnership
naissance
between
ou même
families,
country, même si ce soit
even if those
différentes,
families do not belong to
cultures.
the same country
Mais
or come
c'est-
from
je
different
pense que
cultural
c'est
backgrounds. But I
aujourd'hui
think
nécessaire
that
pour
this
la
is
modélisation et le
necessary for development and
Ce que j'ai
modelization.
pu dire,
This is
nous
what I
avons quand même
wanted to
atteint un
say.
succès intéressant.
We have achieved a lot of
Et nous sommes
success,
très,
and we
contents de
are
nos
very
partenariats.
happy with our
Merci.
partnerships. Thank you very much.
So it's on, yeah. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Priscilla Mabelani. I come from Sasol. Sasol is the largest integrated energy and chemicals business in Africa. We were established 7 decades ago by the South African government to innovate technologies to be able to solve the problems of the continent at that particular point. Over the years, we've expanded beyond Africa into Europe and the US and North America. We continue to expand, and we have recently reviewed our strategy and again reaffirmed our participation in the region. And in particular, we are one of the largest single-run operations from an emission perspective. We have embraced that not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to transform in line with our purpose of innovating for a better future. At the heart of that is a proprietary Fischer-Tropsch technology, which we've developed over the years. That technology enables us to be able to maximize the natural resources of the continent. We started with coal, we're pivoting to gas. We are the largest gas producer in Mozambique and the largest taxpayer. We continue to invest significant billions in Mozambique over the years and to participate that. That gas enables us to also support South African industries in terms of the hard-to-abate industries. As we move forward, we see the opportunities of green hydrogen as huge, and we've set ourselves a clarity of leading that energy transition in Southern Africa at pace and accelerating that with partners. To that end, we've prioritized it into 2 key elements. One is to anchor the local demand, and I can give some examples of some of the sustainable projects that we are already working on. For example, next year, 2023, we will be the first to produce the first 60 megawatt green hydrogen with partners for specific applications such as heavy-duty mobility, mining, etc. And going into that, we are also driving the feasibility studies of some of the catalytic projects, that the intention of that in terms of the second ambition is to drive the local demand because we need it to decarbonize our operations, but at the same time we see a huge opportunity to export and to play into the global energy landscape, particularly with partners like Japan that are looking at diversification of their energy sources, and we believe we can play in that space. So the catalytic project that we are partnering with, we announced that yesterday with our partners, Itochu. We are continually looking for other partners, and we're also working with the government of Southern Africa. It's in the Northern Cape. This is the region that is blessed with exceptional endowments of solar and wind, but yet the poorest in the country. Like we've done before, we believe we will be able to stimulate economic growth and ensure that we create another new industry at the heart of Southern Africa as well. And we are looking at playing the green hydrogen opportunities across the entire region. We don't believe it's a country or a company specific. We believe it's a regional play for us to be successful and be able to compete. And I thank you.
Hello. I was supposed to speak in Japanese, but since everybody's speaking English, we go by English now. But my name is Takeshi Saku from Musashi Seimutsu Industry in Japan. We are a tier 1 automotive and motorcycle suppliers. Very typical, very, old style industry from. So it's kind of odd. I'm selected in here in these members because we are the newest challenger in the market with Africa. We just started investment activities in Africa this year, starting in Kenya, but we want to expand it to other countries starting Nigeria and Ghana. But what we want to achieve is to bring in our technology to African market to realize carbon neutral or generated transportations. We are supplying electrified, so-called e-axles for motorcycle and scooters in this market. But what we want to bring in here, so what we want to provide is not really the hardware or those products, but we really bring in some value based on our technology into the Africa, which is safety, environmentally free transportation methods, and also, what's the next one? I forgot one more thing. But what I want to say is we just want to bring the value to our friends in Africa to support this country to be sustainable for the future. So backing on the backup by our technology of green techs, we really want to bring a new generation of the transportation in Africa. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Satoshi Shinada, founding partner of Build Capital Africa Ventures, which is a VC fund based in Africa. And just as icebreaker, I want to share with you how I'm sentimental to be here with the moderator, Mr. Hirano, because 20 years ago, I was a freshman at the University of Tokyo, and he was a professor. And I'm not sure if I was a good student in terms of class attendance, but I hope my academic achievement was acceptable. Is it right? I don't know what his smile means. Yeah, so we started investing in African startups since 2018, and we started our fund by just 3 of us, Japanese, based in Africa. I have spent 7 years in Lagos, in Nigeria. And our first fund was $18 million, investing in more than 100 startups across 11 markets. And now we are on a second journey through a joint venture with a Nigeria-based PE fund called Build Capital. So now we Japanese are minorities in our new fund. We have Nigerians, we have Kenyan female partner, and we have a Chinese associate, so it's a very hybrid team. And our second fund now runs $48 million fund, and our investors are half Japanese companies and half are non-Japanese institutional investors. So I hope I can share with you all of our experience and insights at this stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Karim Beguir. I'm the co-founder and CEO of InstaDeep. InstaDeep is an AI company. It's actually the only African AI company ranked in the top 100 most valuable AI companies in the world for the 3rd year in a row. Actually, we co-founded InstaDeep, Zohra Slim and I, in Tunis here 8 years ago. And this year we have raised a $100 million Series B funding round, which is the largest AI funding round in Africa and one of the largest in North Africa altogether in tech. And so my message to you is very simple. AI is happening. AI is the transformative technology of our time, and essentially it will revolutionize all different verticals and businesses that you are part of. We are seeing this through literally exponential growth, not only in data and compute, but in methods. And if you had asked me even 3 years ago where AI would be today, I would have been surprised actually to see that's actually going even faster than we believe or we would have thought at the time. And so productizing AI, having an impact on your businesses is not an easy thing. And this is exactly what InstaDeep does. So we do productized innovation. We work with leading companies in the world to deliver the promise of AI and generate ROIs which are in the 100x their investments in AI. Let me give you a few examples. We work with Deutsche Bahn, the national railway company of Germany, to build the largest AI train scheduling systems ever created. We're talking about, at the scale of a country, 20,000 train rides a day, more than 30,000 kilometers of railway. This has never been done. We're building it. With BioNTech, the company behind the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine, which is today the most successful biopharmaceutical product in history. We are actually partnering with them, and we have announced and released in production the world's first early warning system to detect dangerous variants in real time. You have thousands and thousands of new variants every week. Which ones to prioritize is a complex problem. We use AI, and this is in production, has been publicly announced by BioNTech through the InstaDeep and BioNTech partnership. We're also with partners with Google to deploy AI for good at continental scale, detecting dangerous breeding grounds for locust swarms that can be dangerous for food security and other. So through all these examples, my message is, see Africa differently. There is a wave of deep tech innovation and AI happening in Africa. And I believe this is a chance through this meeting today to build a new type of partnership, a win-win partnership based on technology and innovation, where the leading Japanese companies, which are industrial leaders in multiple fields, from heavy industry to energy to transportation and logistics, can partner with the fast emerging and dynamic tech and AI ecosystem in Africa to build the successes of tomorrow. So Africa is not just a place where you find amazing natural resources, amazing markets. It's also perhaps a place where you can find the right partners to help you accelerate, generate the right innovation, the right growth for your companies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. 30 years ago, when I worked in the university in South Africa, one of the Korean economists wrote a paper, and he described the African characteristic of the African company or South African company as they pursue is pioneer profit, they say. So taking bravery to the risk and getting a big share in the market, regional market, and getting a big profit. So they described it as a pioneer profit. And another characteristic, in my observation, is a very high speedy growth, and especially the globalized and the multinational, and very open to the nationalities. So that is one of the attractiveness of the African enterprises culture. And I already said in Japanese, Africa's corporate society is very young. So now there's a growth period, so a lot of the opportunity they have. So at first, I would like to invite is a half Japanese Mr. Shinada. From your perspective, what is the attractiveness and what do you think is the characteristic of the African entrepreneurship? Africa enterprises.
Yeah, so as an investor perspective, African corporates have a kind of complicated structure, I think. Like in Nigeria, if you look at all the big companies, owners could be Nigerian. Maybe management is dominantly like maybe Indians, and you have Nigerians again below these Indian managers. And I think this landscape is changing very quickly if you look at the startups. And most of the portfolio companies that we have invested in Nigeria are founded by the Nigerian entrepreneurs. And maybe the biggest difference from 10 years ago, as moderator said, Africa used to struggle with brain drain, but now the brilliant talents are returning to their home countries with a strange idea of innovation, entrepreneurship. And what is ironic to me is that these kids are from very good families. and they were educated outside Nigeria. And now they're coming back home, taking the risk, even giving up high salary jobs outside Africa, and now they're disrupting the jobs of their parents. And I think this is a good sign of the transformation and also the change of the generation who is sitting at the driver's seat of the economic growth. So I think this is the most interesting part, and that's why we are fully betting into these local entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I would like to ask almost the same question to Mr. Zemedeni. What do you think is attractiveness of the entrepreneurship, African entrepreneurship?
Right. So I'm privileged enough to see a lot of opportunities across Africa because of the work that I do, right? And the first thing I will do is, when we discuss these kinds of things, let's just remember there's 54 countries in Africa, and the level of development varies from country to country, right? Even within the country, there are certain differentiations. Okay, I think that's the first thing. Sitting in Washington or New York, Americans completely not aware that Africa is not even a, they think Africa is a country, so sometimes they make a mistake of making decisions as if like we were just one. So if we start from that, and to answer your question, it depends what country I'm dealing with. I mean, if I am dealing with South Africans, a very sophisticated economy, very wealthy, highly industrialized, the private sector there has had long years of development. So the entrepreneurship culture might be much more sophisticated. Corporate South Africa, like Sasol, are very, very sophisticated. They're world class. You can't say that about every other African country. In Kenya, the dynamism is just amazing, the entrepreneurial culture, and in Nigeria, okay? Once you get out of those 3 or 4, what I call the usual suspects for the entrepreneurship culture, then you have the second tier who are just now coming up. So you have to deal with, by the way, across Africa, a lot of businesses, outside of those listed on stock exchange, are family-owned businesses. So they're into multiple things. So you just have to keep that in mind. A lot of things are commingled. It's hard sometimes to untangle them when you're trying to do deals. The level, as I said, of the second tier is not as sophisticated, so especially for the Japanese. I mean, I don't know if you remember when we met in Tokyo a few years ago, when you were chairing this kind of panel, I was saying something which I say to Americans, where are the Japanese in Africa? I mean, it's partly because maybe the Japanese don't yet have full understanding of the level of sophistication of the entrepreneurship or the corporate culture. So that's the first thing I think the Japanese need to do. Yesterday, when President Adesina of ADB said that 0.03%, only 0.03% of Japan's FDI is in Africa, that is telling, right? So that means the first thing we need to do with the Japanese is create the awareness, like I said, at the macro level, 54 countries, but reduce it by country, by region, by sector, and then you'll start appreciating what level of entrepreneurship. But the message, my concluding message is, entrepreneurship right now is vogue everywhere in Africa. Everybody's promoting entrepreneurship, especially the young, and partly it's because of technology. Everybody wants to use technology, as the gentleman was saying earlier, AI. Who would have thought a major AI innovative company would be in Africa, right? So a lot of young people now have role models. Why can't I do what Google is doing? Why can't I do what Facebook or Twitter or whatever is doing? So people are starting to use technology. The availability and affordability of technology also is making entrepreneurship. When we talk about entrepreneurship and technology, think of what abundant resources Africa has and applied. Agriculture, for example, okay? There's a company that I know of which is now using very advanced AI for crop detections of droughts and other things. So the entrepreneurship culture is developing, enabled by technology. The final part is, it's also driven by demographics. The older generation who came after the liberation of Africa are now being, retiring, handing over to the kids. So the younger generation is much more exposed much more willing to engage. And that's, I think, what, again, for the Japanese, you'll be engaging very young Africans. I think somebody was saying that the Japanese demographics is maybe on the other side of it, right? I mean, people like you and me, perhaps. But you should be prepared to engage very young people, very dynamic, maybe sometimes lack exposure, but the energy level is there. And I think in the next 5, and in the business that we do, for example, I see hundreds of opportunities being pitched to us by a lot of young people. What we would not have listened to a few years ago, we are now really seriously considering investing because we see the dynamics in the marketplace is changing.
Thank you very much indeed. And you touch on is Japanese FDI and including toward and Africa. Now under the 1% of the total Japanese FDI coming to the Africa. So it means, on the other hand, is the GDP share of the Africa almost 2.5% or 3%. So at least this 2% FDI must come to the Africa if Japan want to attain to the global portfolio. So it means Japan FDI now on the increasing, but not yet reach is a global average. And also that we don't have this global portfolio. So it means we must build up as soon as possible as a healthy feature of the global investment portfolio. So this is in my opinion. So I must ask this same question to Mr. Beguil, because you are now some example of the entrepreneur. So what do you think? I think this your business is soon open to the global, and you enjoy this good business with in Germany. So what do you think? Well, analyze yourself.
Absolutely. I think there is a great opportunity to collaborate and deliver innovation together with Japanese companies, and that this is the right approach rather than, I mean, I hear the point about FDI, and definitely FDI is important, but even better is actually build win-win collaborations in business together, build the products of tomorrow. Like at InstaDeep, we love to work with industry leaders, and it strikes me as Japan has tremendous companies, tremendous leaders in multiple fields. So there is a lot to do, and I think this notion of Japanese companies engaging directly with the fast-growing tech ecosystem in Africa can only lead to good outcomes. We spoke about investment on one side, but even better than investment is innovation, delivering concrete products, accelerating the innovation loop. And it's interesting to see also Africa as a tremendous source of human capital. This is something I am seeing, with the internet and the knowledge being available. You have emergence of very competent companies in Africa, and this means that Africa is also a place where Japanese companies can tap into human capital, into fast-moving startups, and together build, accelerate innovation and deploy it. I believe the ecosystem is mature enough that we're starting to have these opportunities to directly collaborate and generate next generation innovation.
Thank you very much, very interesting. Mr. Beidoun, yes. Abidjan is definitely the business center of the west part of Africa. So that you have the very long personal history doing the business in the Côte d'Ivoire. And Côte d'Ivoire is well understood its importance by the Japanese business circle, but it is a not so easy place to the business for the Japanese businessmen. So can you share some your wisdom to get the success in west part of Africa?
Okay. I think nothing easy, nothing complicated. Rien qui est difficile, il n'y a rien qui est facile. Mais il faut avoir le courage. You have to be courage, come to Africa. You need the courage. Without courage, nothing coming. So Japanese also, you have to do fast, un pas en avant. C'est-à-dire You have to go to see the reality in the land, not only by newspaper. The business is not newspaper, not alternative for me personally. The business in your eyes and your how see the land, how see the opportunity there. So if you want to wait opportunity only by conference or by TV, I don't believe personally. So Japanese have to go again, different way, like make university in Africa, make education. If Japanese want to help Africa, you have to help first by education. If you give education, training people, then you get more credit. Then you understand people, you make people in your mind, and then when we come to make business, it's easy. People have research iman. This one point. If you want to invest, you have to invest by people first, education in your mind. How can we see the opportunity there? I think it's more easy for you and more security also. One of my opinion, personally. I know Africa not only have a cost, I know I operated in 12 countries different. With all Africa, the solution is the same. Language different, the problem the same. First, no university, high university in all Africa. Why? Why everybody wants to send his kids to America or France? Why don't go to Japan? If Japan interesting for Africa, have to take like a program, get the right student in the quality of the student, go to Japan, or maybe Japan come to translate some university in Africa. Then you have to do by this way. Sure, in Africa, have resource women professionally. It's not everywhere have disponibility. It's something expensive when you need take all expat. We make the business for you. Will become very expensive. Sure, if you invest in people, I think is the most important in the fast way. I think in the durability also longer. Ivory Coast, la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays très bien développé. It's country very developed since 50 years. Le président Ifo Boigny, paix à son âme, is the president of logistic and agricultural development. The agriculture make working everybody. The logistic is there. The countries grow with the peace. This is why the economic of Abidjan today, Côte d'Ivoire, 40% in all IMOA, because they have basics. The basis is there. Is a politic of development. The time is very right way. If all countries do the same way, with the flexibility, with the hospitality, because when you go to some way, you need security. The security is there. If you come some country in Africa, you have to be with security, avec un paix social, with the peace. You have to be like, because people is very peaceful people. All Africa is a peace people. So I think some part from government he needs to change his program, change his like system of make facilities of investment, investiture. Can I do much better? Can I do fast way? Not only go behind government to government. If you go to pour le secteur privé, if nous allons partir dans le secteur privé,
we address the private sector, it's indeed the engine of economy, and governments need to help private sectors that have not been well understood in our countries and in the policies as well. They often forget the importance of the private sector for economy. So if there is enough support to the private sector, each and everyone can work, and it will be much easier, and there will be stronger guarantees. Then again, if the Japanese want to be more present on Africa, they need to work in commercial fora. They need to do it in different countries in order to especially to help young entrepreneurs to visit Japan to better understand the Japanese culture and how to better adapt. And adapt is very important for integration. It's a very important point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kumapai. West Africa have this maybe the highest increase rate of the population among the African continent. So it means its market size is automatically expanding. But Nigeria, yes, we have the considerable number of the Japanese companies doing the business. But on the other hand, it's a very difficult place sometimes, they say, and not so much say, I don't need to mention about it, but your bank is growing very rapidly. So what your perception of the characteristic of the West African market and also as a banking sector?
Thank you very much. So I think you have to look at it that for every adversity there is opportunity. That's where you have to start. And if you look at Africa, there are some perennial problems that we have: food insecurity, high unemployment, infrastructure gap, corruption. But if you say to yourself, you know what, I'm not going to touch these countries because of that, you don't get the opportunity. Nigeria is 250 million people, all right? About 60–70% of that population is under 35. So it's a very young population. And I think we were speaking about entrepreneur. The amount of entrepreneur that has come up in Nigeria over the last 3 years, we have about three unicorns in Nigeria, in payments, in insurance, in agriculture. So they are breaking new ground. So you have to ask yourself, what is available here? What sectors? What areas? Who do I partner with? Who will be my anchor in that country? That person has to be on ground to understand the dynamics of the industry of that space before you do anything. You can't but you have to take risk. They say no risk, no reward. So you have to ask yourself, what level of risk are you willing to take? And I speak to the point around, if you look at Japan, trade with Africa is around $25 billion. China, half year, 6 months is $137 billion. Just to show you how somebody has taken the initiative. I went to Nairobi last week, and a colleague of mine was driving me through the road, the Mombasa road that was just constructed by the China Road and Bridge in Nairobi for about $68 million. So those are the type of things, because you know that in Africa, there is infrastructure gap. What can I do? Partnering with the government from a private-public partnership, concessionary arrangement to tap into that opportunity, because those opportunities are there. We need infrastructure in Africa, in West Africa, across Africa, everywhere I go. I travel quite a bit. I went to Rwanda, I've been to Kenya, I've been to lots. You see all of those opportunities. So it's a question of asking yourself, okay, what are these opportunities? How do I get in? Who do I partner with in the local environment? What are the laws? So it's done. It's just a question of taking that, almost what I call a leap of faith, and taking it in a manner that you've analyzed the environment and you are going in with the right partner. So I think, from a Japanese standpoint, I think, out of that trade, only maybe about 1% comes to Nigeria. So really nothing much is happening between Nigeria and Japan. But I think there's an opportunity, for that to happen. It's the largest economy in Africa. It has the largest population. We have about, even in Africa, we have about 340 million people that are financially excluded. What can we do, to support them? So there's a lot to be done in Africa, where Africa is crying for innovation, Africa is crying for support to ensure that at least. And I think if you look at we are 16.7% of the world population, all right, but we only contribute about 2.8% of the world GDP. China is 18.47% of the world population, but they contribute 18.74% of the world GDP. So you can see the disparity. So we are crying for productivity in Africa, and I think now is the time for us to get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to proceed with the next topic, that is innovation. So Japan definitely need investment and innovation to survive this century. But both of which now Japan is a very imperfect situation. Japanese ecosystem is quite imperfect. The reason why is we don't have the very few number. We have only very few number of unicorn. So the outside, going to the outside Japan and invest in the outside Japan is a very important. Is a current system of our economy. From that point of view, Sasol is a very long history of R&D, and one of the front runner to invent is a liquidation technology of the coal. So Ms. Mabelani, currently I think you are engaged in the hydrogen technology and the other sort of the green energy development, and that is one of the focus for the Japanese business interest. Could you elaborate a little bit about your activity on the green energy development?
Thank you. Before I start talking about Sasol, I just want to add 2 points to the discussion around private partnership, including the intergovernmental partnerships, particularly as far as skills and capability development is critical. So one of the biggest challenges that Africa is facing is youth unemployment. So we're talking a lot about innovation, startups, but it's actually a small element of the African population that has access to all of these opportunities. So it becomes very, very critical that we are deliberate in looking for meaningful contributions. So as Sasol, when we look for partners that we partner with, we look at strategic affinity and alignment and commitment to the region to ensure that we can beneficiate and build capabilities in country and leave a better legacy as well. So I just want to touch on that because there's a fundamental play that Japan can do. And we already have examples with Japan, Northwest University, UCT, as well as Germany, that we are partnering on. But we need to do more in a strategic manner to accelerate the development of technical and innovative capabilities. The second element is the issue of inclusivity. For Africa to grow, we have to have a just transition that becomes inclusive, which then takes me to the innovation solution. So for us, what is very important, going back 7 decades ago as we were innovating, we started also licensing our technology because we have the capabilities. And again, this is the innovation capability that was developed in Africa and has been perfected over the years in Africa as well. So we are licensing into gas to liquids, coal to liquids. We are now developing chemicals as well globally. So what is driving that for us is to understand that for us to solve the energy imperatives of the country, we have to harness the capabilities that we have. So our Fischer-Tropsch technology enables us to be able to produce not only green hydrogen at scale, but also to take that green hydrogen and to take the technology and transform it into different products. So as we speak today, we are using that coal, using the same technology to produce liquids as well as to produce chemicals. We are starting to bring gas, so this technology is agnostic to feedstock. So as we move forward, we're going to be producing gas with gas, mixing both gas and coal and moving more and more to coal. When hydrogen, green hydrogen, becomes more competitive, we'll use the same technology to produce sustainable chemicals, sustainable liquids, we are leading in terms of sustainable aviation fuel because we can actually resolve the hard-to-abate industry issues associated with aviation. But to do that, we also need carbon source, which is where it becomes quite important to collaborate on innovation. We know that direct air capture is technologies that are still not yet advanced. So how do we partner together to be able to accelerate the development of those technologies? Carbon capture and utilization. So we are seeing that EU is much more progressive in looking at how do we enable this just transition? How do we use carbon in the meantime with the renewable sources to be able to continue to transition at pace? So what are those partnership opportunities we can look at? We are, as Sasol, investing in 1,200 just for our scope 2, which is our energy utilization. We have already procured 600 megawatts. The country is looking for more and more renewables to almost triple our grid for power, but also to go beyond that for the green hydrogen. Electrolyzers, water desalination technologies that are required. So every time I speak to our partners in Japan, there are huge opportunities for that, but it has to be done in an integrated, meaningful, and inclusive manner. Because whilst we can celebrate trade partners with most of the international partners, most of the time it's exporting of minerals from Africa and not necessarily beneficiating the minerals. So we are calling for partnership to be able to harness the capabilities, to be able to continue to generate more and more Sasols of the future.
Thank you so much. Very impressive. Mr. Isaku, your company is, I think you enjoy this #1 share in the world of the transmitter of the motorcycle.
Yes.
And also you are going to engage to develop this EV bike in Africa country. So from that point of view, I want to ask about this open innovation.
Yes.
Do you have some idea to the collaborationship of the R&D with African enterprise?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, the automotive industry very old-fashioned. But I would say we are one of the most challenging company to destroy the practice of automotive industries by the way of open innovations. Since car structures have been changing, like Mr. Akio Toyoda mentioned, it's innovation of the centuries. Also, most of the car makers, as well as the tier 1s, are chasing for so-called CASE, connected, autonomous driving, and sharing, and electrified. But that is started about 2015, I believe, but since then, time is accelerating, just like Moore's law. Semiconductors business, but automotive industry is changing very rapidly. But since those organic growths ended and some disruptive innovation is happening even in the automotive industry, we need to work with speed. And one of the way to earn the speed is open innovations. We really need work together with somebody different. And as I mentioned, we want to bring our technology to Africa, but that's not really the purpose. We really want to generate the innovation in Africa. Means we need to work with some partners in African companies to generate innovation based on our technology with their knowledge and history and backgrounds together. And it's not only for the time, shortening the times, but also the value it's more like a chemical reactions. We cannot expect what is happening. We cannot anticipate what is happening, but it happens with open innovations. We always believing that is happening, not only in Africa, but we have invested into several startups in Canada, US, Kenya, and who else? Japan, other regions. But what we are expecting is those chemical reactions to generate the innovations. And so in Africa, and as somebody already mentioned, that the cultures and practice and business models so different, varies with countries. So we really need to work with every local partners in each of the countries. That's what we really need to forming right now. And so that the different type of innovation should be arise of each of the country. We really expecting the partnerships of the African partners to generate the new values in the countries of Africa.
Thank you very much. If we're talking about this innovation, I cannot help to ask you, Mr. Bigio, and you may know this, Japan is much behind of the digital transformation. So we definitely help this some kind of the technology, but the society have not enough to observe such sort of the transformation. So from your experience, what do you think the Tunisian society or the neighboring African society is an easy place for your AI input or the new technology for such sort of the field?
Yeah, I'm actually optimistic. I've seen actually this Tunisia change its attitude to innovation, deep tech, startups over the course of the last 3-4 years. So yes, it is possible to improve, and I'm actually convinced that in the particular case of Tunisia, since you are asking me, Tunisia will be a leading international hub, like the regional leader in AI, both in Africa and the Arab world. It's already happening. Let me give you a couple of examples on which I'm part of. Just over this week, we welcomed the largest machine learning research conference in Africa for the first time. Tomorrow, you are all invited to come and visit the Radio Stadium, where we are organizing the largest machine learning hackathon in Africa, Middle East, and probably the world, with 1,000 participants on real data. Never been done before except by us in Tunisia in 2019. So really things are changing. And I believe we should see this disruption as an opportunity. AI is a massive disruption. It's been estimated that up to $15 trillion of value will be created by 2030. These are PwC estimates. Let me tell you something. These are underestimates. We believe now the value created will be in the order of $30 trillion by 2030. In a sense, AI will be bigger economically and socially than the internet. This is how big this transformation is. But because it is a transformation and a disruption, this means things can change. And I really appreciated what you mentioned on the automotive industry and the need to innovate. Every industry is going to be impacted by AI. And the winners of tomorrow will be those who can best adapt the technology to their industry, combine their domain expertise with advanced AI-powered innovation. And we see it like in retail. I mean, ask the retailers how Amazon is doing, like ML-driven players, or Tesla in automotive. ML-driven players will win at a scale which is unprecedented. And I believe that combine all this, there is an unprecedented opportunity for African-Japanese relationships on the economic side to build a truly ambitious but realistic strategy, which is combining the expertise of Japanese companies, their need for innovation, with the thriving ecosystem here. So in a sense, to come back to what you were saying, I think the R&D partners are available. Just give them a chance and build from there. I can speak from experience. Many of our customers, BioNTech, Google, Deutsche Bahn, we worked with them for years. They might not have been convinced initially that Africa could innovate. Today, they are so convinced that they invested in our company. So this kind of like positive success stories I believe, are possible in our relationships, and we're really looking forward to have the chance to prove that in practice. But yes, based on our experience, societies can evolve, and the private sector and civil society have a huge role to play. This transformation that Tunisia is taking is led by the private sector, civil society, with active support from the government, but it is not government-led. And this is the model that I hope we can build together.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schneider, you stationed in Lagos. So Nigeria is a center for African ecosystem, especially in the fintech. So not only the Nigerian young person is American or the European younger man coming to the Nigeria to establish the fintech companies. What do you think sort of the technology development and in Africa getting a very profitable business, and is this applicable for our society, Japan?
So in Nigeria, most of the entrepreneurs are local entrepreneurs. And if you go to Kenya, you start to find more diverse entrepreneurs, including Europeans or Americans. And I think the type of innovation really depends on the legacy system the society is built on. Like maybe Tunisia, the market is not huge, but the opportunities are outside Tunisia, and you have great talent. So that's why you can build these deep tech business models to serve outside Tunisian markets. And maybe in case of Kenya, you have very talented, diverse entrepreneurs. So they also tend to be more deep tech. And I think Nigerian entrepreneurs are solving the real problems of daily lives. And Nigeria has different social issues, but the people are surviving every day. So they are naturally born entrepreneurs in general. And most successful startups from Nigeria are actually enabling people to use the existing infrastructure more efficiently. If you look at Flutterwave, Nigeria already has quite high penetration of card settlement. And Flutterwave enabled to even informal merchants to be paid by the card. So it's like a combination of existing bank infrastructure together with innovation by Flutterwave. And maybe another example in Nigeria is a TeamApt, which is our portfolio company. And they are building kind of human ATM network across Africa. And about half of the population are unbanked. And this company is providing POS to every mom and pop shop owners so that anyone without bank account can go there and still conduct any types of financial transactions, such as making deposit or withdrawal or making online payment, whatever. So it's not like deep tech innovation. It's more about expanding the market to serve more people. And this is really based on the good understanding of the issues existing in Nigeria with very practical approach. And they are now becoming a unicorn. So yeah, I just talked about different examples, but the most interesting part of Africa is that each entrepreneur in each market are making their efforts to come up with the most suitable innovation to these market conditions.
So Nigeria, talk about Nigeria and especially the financial sector. I must ask the same question, Mr. Kumakai.
Thank you very much. I think from a Nigerian standpoint, and I think the financial sector is very well developed, and a lot of the innovation that has been coming through is largely around payments. All of the unicorns, are either supporting the financial services or doing something around the financial services. So it's an industry that is changing. We believe that banking is going to continue, but not in the way and shape that it is today. That people are no longer going to need banks in the traditional way. However, what you find is that you need to create ecosystems, that will allow your customer, from point A to point B. So today we provide mortgages, but we are saying no. We want to take the ecosystem right from when the person decides to take a choice to buy a house. All right, it doesn't know. So the agents, the lawyers, it will do it on the app by creating the ecosystem. So I think that's where we are going. That if you don't move to an ecosystem perspective as a bank, what you'll find is that your market share is gone. Your traditional business will be, there are a lot of what I call the unicorns, the entrepreneurs, the innovators who are almost eating away at a number of the things that banking does. So you need to create ecosystem and ensure that the switching cost for your customers, all right, is very high, because every single you have entrenched yourselves in their lives. It's a bit like Apple. All right, so I use all of Apple's products. That's really, I don't know how to move out. Somebody introduced me to Samsung at some point, but after a week, I couldn't cope. I just left it because I was so used to. So that's what you need to create from a banking standpoint. You need to tie your customers to an ecosystem that allows them to do what they want to do. However, because as a bank, all right, you can't invest in everything. So what you want to do is that you create yourself, okay, am I going to be an orchestrator of this ecosystem, or I'm just going to be a partner in this ecosystem? So if you have an advantage, so we have 50 million customers, for instance, and therefore there's a certain ecosystem that we are going to orchestrate. There are some that we are going to partner with people. We can't orchestrate insurance because we don't have an insurance banking license, but we'll partner with insurance. Mobility is one that we're also looking at. How do we ensure that we provide cars for a lot of Nigerians, partnering with car companies? We don't have to invest in a car company. So I think for us is around, how do you create, if you don't create the ecosystem, working with fintechs, working with partners, all right, from a financial services standpoint and from a banking standpoint, it's just a matter of time that, you start to see your market share drop and your relevance in an industry, in a financial services industry, start to dwindle.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I'm going to the next topic, Mr. Zemedenie. This question is much related to each country's situation. And I think this you can answer only in, for example, Ethiopian case. So how you can enjoy the independent stance from the government?
The independent?
From the government.
Maybe I didn't understand.
I'm sorry. Every country have the enterprises under the governmental control, regulatory and sometimes intervention and.
I was a little slow understanding. I didn't have full lunch today. That was my fault. It's actually a very good question. It doesn't have to be specific to any African country, because the governments in Africa have a very significant, a disproportionate role in how the economies function. I grew up in the US, even though I'm originally from Ethiopia. In the United States, business drives politics. In Africa, by and large, politics drives business. I mean, that's just, so it doesn't have to be specific to any country. So you need to be aware of the role governments play in Africa's economy. The positive thing that I see now is there's a trend more and more, and then in this case, for example, Ethiopia has decided that going forward, it's going to be a private sector-led economic transformation. Okay? Until a few years ago, it was called the developmental state. The state controlled virtually everything, big public enterprises, and the private sector was marginalized. But since the new prime minister came to power 4 years ago, he had a different thinking. Maybe that worked for the previous 15, 20 years, but we now have to move on. So the private sector is now the engine block. In fact, until 4 years ago, 70% of bank loans were given to state-owned enterprises. Now it's just the reverse. In just 3 years, it went from 70-30 government to private to 30 to government, 70 to private sector. So that is wrong. But however, and we do business across Africa, I can tell you, we have to be cognizant of the vision, the strategy, and the role each state plays in the marketplace. Some are disruptive in a positive way, and others could retard growth of the private sector, okay? But unmistakably, in most African countries, the private sector is now being recognized. I think the challenge, though, is nascent. It's not that strong. So it needs, at least in the initial phase, a lot of state support, not just from the regulatory side. Even where I live in Washington, I have to tell you, just last week, the United States government passed a $250 billion subsidy to the chip industry because we are scared of the Chinese. We think the Chinese are going to run the world, so the Americans said we can't let... So even in the most capitalist country in the world, the state has a role. Big American companies like Boeing, I mean, a lot of their funding for R&D, a lot of what got them to here is NASA contracts, Pentagon contracts. So we shouldn't assume that the state will be silent in Africa. It shouldn't. It's just that defining the optimal relationship is the key. And I just want to add before, I know we're running out of time, but in terms of, because this is a Japanese event, right? And as I said earlier, I'm a numbers guy, so I'm a Wall Street guy. When I see 0.03% is the total amount of Japanese investment in Africa, of its total FDI, then there is some radical shift in thinking that is required by both the Japanese, obviously, because obviously you guys are very risk averse, even worse than the Americans, okay? I'm sorry, this is a fact, right? I mean, that number should register with everybody in this room that if you want to remain the the fourth largest economy in the world, you can't detach yourself from Africa. I mean, I think that's, so one of the things we do, and we need to be practical. For example, we partner with a lot of companies from around the world in the investments that we do, from US companies, Indian companies in the technical. One of the things you as Japanese you should do is find good local partners, because that de-risks the risk for you. They may not be as big as the Japanese that we saw here yesterday, but they have local knowledge, know-how, and the regulatory things that you talked about, they know how to solve them. But you build their capacity. One, the operating cost in Africa is actually significantly less than definitely it is in Japan. And secondly, your margins then go up, but also your risk factors come down. So right now, for example, in our firm, we're looking at EV. Unthinkable 5 years ago, electric vehicles for Africa. There are a lot of Japanese companies who are good at that, so firms like us can partner with Japanese companies. The healthcare sector, the fast-moving consumer goods, the manufacturing. So one of the things you should do is to de-risk and increase that 0.3% to 1 or 2%. In fact, I tweeted it this morning. I was so amazed. And one of my friends said, do you think the day will come when that will go to 10%? I said, no, well, let's start with 1. Let's go from 0.3 to 1, okay? So that, I think, would be, understand. I mean, we use a lot of diasporas, talented African diasporas in all the businesses that we do. Even us who know, I mean, we eat the local food, we understand the culture, but even us, we match external talent with African talent. That's what the Japanese should also do. Otherwise, when you and I meet again 3 years from now or whenever it is, that 0.3 might go down to 0.1 as well, at the current rate that the Japanese do. So I'm sorry I took up a little more of your time.
I want to make as a supplementary comment is flow basis some year is almost zero FDI coming to the Africa, but there's a more stable figure. You can see this asset basis. Asset basis is now, in my information, maybe the 0.8% of the total asset of the Japanese FDI in Africa. Used to be there's a 1.3 or something. So let me repeat this, that figure must come up as 2%. So the double of the size of the investment is a very natural global portfolio already I mentioned. So as a general, I think an organizer would like to open to the new possibility or the opportunity for the investment in Africa, into Africa, to double size of the investment come here. So the Japanese FDI, the much concentrated is the United States and China. So I already say, frequently say this, the Japanese globalization is a half globalization. So the full-fledged globalization we must aim. For that purpose is we must more commitment to Africa. So Mr. Baidoon, I would like to the same question to you. You have this long history. You started the business in the 1970s in Cote d'Ivoire. So the Cote d'Ivoire relatively enjoyed this political stability at that year and the open and the free market system. But after that is a political instability you experienced and sometimes this civil war like conflict. So how you can manage the sort of the political situation to proceed your business?
Sometimes when you have problem in the country, you have chance. Okay? So for some people it's bad, for some people good. It's life. Personally, the world give me more chance because many people want to leave the country. I buy many companies, right price, less than right price. Then again, the courage. If you have the courage, you don't have problem. If you want to leave, this is your problem. So you have to take the risk. Without risk, nothing coming. Africa is okay, it's risk. It's not big risk. What kind of risk? It depends. Today, the risk is everywhere. Even intelligent system is risk. You do anything, can see the risk everywhere. So, exceptionally for Abidjan, the one you have the war there, you have to be more smart. You have to go another country to make your balancing. We'll never do one country business. You have to do in Africa many different countries will make your balancing when you make your security. And because sometimes one country up, one country down, when you have election, every people are afraid, they want to wait 1 year because the election there. The election, only election. You know, I don't understand some countries how much expense and money for election, and also the economic stop it. Because everybody, you wait the election result, yes or no. So if you don't want to think about all that, we'll never grow. So take this out, look your market, and continue every day the same, only the worried for nothing. So I think courage is the first point. You have to, in your insight will grow, or if you want to invest, if you want to make something different, another.
Thank you very much indeed.
I wondered if some of you may have what you all think of this discussion so far. Some compelling facts have been pointed out regarding how Japanese companies think and behave, act. I know that most of you here already have experience of operating in Africa, but when we think of the next TICAD to come, for example, we need to increase this membership. And the big pillar for that is investment. When we think about African investment, a major way has been mergers and acquisitions, but we need to think more about investing in exciting new prospects. Our organizer, JETRO, is already is continuously disseminating very valuable material and information regarding possible partnerships. Please applaud our wonderful panelists for their contributions. Thank you very much.
Dear moderator, dear panelists, thank you so much. Thank you for this insightful and interesting discussion, the ideas, the commitment also. Thank you so much. I think session 3. So during this session, representatives from different business in Japan and Africa will exchange opinions. In this session, I said representatives from different business in Japan and Africa will exchange opinions and explore the outlook for areas and such as industry, a key topic of interest to African nations, and economic diversification in order to break away from monoculture. For our opening speaker, I am delighted to introduce Ms. Nyale Kaba, Ministry for Planning and Development of Côte d'Ivoire. Mrs. Kaba, please join us on stage.
Mesdames et messieurs, distingués participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants.
Permettez-moi à l'entame de mon propos.
Allow me in the beginning to extend my gratitude to JETRO for all the efforts they have deployed to strengthen the bonds between Africa and Japan. I would like also to say how happy I am to speak on behalf of Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of this forum and to speak about economic diversification and industrialization in Western Africa. Let me speak a little bit briefly about my country. In 2020, we were 29 million inhabitants, a GDP of $60 million, 22% of them coming from the industrial sector. In the same year, 20% of the GDP came from the agricultural and mining sectors. In spite of the fact that we are witnessing a nascent and embryonic industry, Côte d'Ivoire, just like many other African countries, is facing the challenge of its structural transformation of its industry, and we are growing at a rate of 8% over the last decade. The COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict in Ukraine has demonstrated some resilience of our economy because we achieved 2%. And then this figure rose in 2021. This crisis has shown the need for us to move ahead with the structural reforms, including the fact that we, as the leader in the production of cacao, should process our mining products and also cotton in our country. We have a processing rate of less than 15%. This crisis has demonstrated the need to broaden our industrial basis beyond these products which represent our strength. We have tried to translate all these needs into our industrial strategy as part of our plan, which is forecasting a 5 to 7% growth, $100 million of investments over 5 years. a large part of which will come from the private sector. The private sector is something that we are betting on in Côte d'Ivoire, including the industrial private sector. We need to revalorize the extractive industries in the country, and we need to take account of the local potential of course, we're going to work on that. This strategy is supported by actions that focus on our code of investment. So we are going to work with the capital, with the human capital. We're going to dedicate a lot of efforts to this end, the development of the infrastructures that support investments, like connectivity, etc., but also improving the investment climate. And over the last few years, many measures have been undertaken in order to encourage the local processing of our products. And under the leadership of His Excellency Hassan Ouattara, Côte d'Ivoire is a new market for l'UEMOA and CEDEAO. With its millions of inhabitants, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the words of our Prime Minister, who is leading the delegation. I would like to call upon the Japanese investors to come and invest in Côte d'Ivoire, and I would like to say that we are ready to work with the Japanese authorities through JITRO in order to address the bottlenecks that may impede direct investments between our two countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Toute la gratitude et la reconnaissance pour votre mot, votre intervention et votre témoignage, Madame Kaba. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. And now I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Alan Kyerematen, Minister for Trade and Industry of Ghana. Mr. Kyerematen, thank you for being with us today. Round of applause. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, with 4 minutes, it's going to be difficult to speak to a written text, so I'll make a few remarks. The case for industrialization has never been in doubt, and that explains why the most matured and developed economies in the world also happen to be the most industrialized. And you can name them: the United States, Japan, India, China, Germany, France, and so on and so forth. So the question one should ask is that, why has Africa been left behind? We control almost all the significant natural mineral resources in the world. We control 60% of all arable land. We control literally 1/5 of forest resources. We have some of the most extensive water bodies in the world. So why is it that Africa has been left behind in industrialization? And there are 6 areas that I think that we have not focused on. One is political commitment and strategic direction. Unless government at the highest level of political authority believes in industrialization, it ain't gonna happen. And it is only when government believes in the course of industrialization that they will put in place the incentive framework, the policy framework, and then also the regulatory framework to support industry. Number 2, technology and innovation. We celebrate countries around the world because they've industrialized, but it comes back to technology. You cannot industrialize without technology and innovation. 3, access to medium to long-term capital. Because of the significant lack of medium to long-term capital, Africa has not been able to add value to its natural resources. 4, infrastructure for industrialization. You cannot industrialize without energy, without roads, railways, ports, and other industrial infrastructure. And this is where the challenge has been for our continent. 5, you cannot also industrialize without manpower and skills development, because you need technical expertise if you want to industrialize. And last but not the least is our inability to be able to access significant markets. But fortunately for us, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is the biggest thing that has happened to the continent of Africa. We are now integrating Africa into a single market with over 1.3 billion people, and then 3.4 trillion US dollars. So there is absolutely no reason why Africa cannot take advantage of this mass market that is before us. So in Ghana, because of all that other countries have experienced and benefited from industrialization, our government has launched a very aggressive program for industrial development. And because of the time, I'll just speak to about 4 of them. Number 1 is we've introduced a very innovative program called the One District, One Factory initiative. Now, in this program, government supports the private sector to invest in major industrial enterprises in each of our 260 administrative districts around the country. And this basically diversifies the productive base of our economy. Number 2 is investing in industrial parks and special economic zones. Again, government is supporting the private sector to invest in industrial zones in each of the 16 regions of our country, because the experience of Asia, the experience of Europe points clearly to the fact that you cannot industrialize without dedicated industrial enclaves. Number 3, we've also identified new strategic anchor industries to diversify our economy away from cocoa. I mean, most of you know Ghana for its cocoa quality and then the volume of cocoa that we produce. But we've done this for over a century, and we want to be able to go beyond cocoa. So we've identified 10 new strategic anchor industries that we are promoting. 1 is the agro industry, agro processing. And here we are focusing on vegetable oils and fats. We are talking about cereals, processing cereals, roots and tubers, cocoa, and then fruits. The second area is petrochemicals. We are now endowed with resources of oil and gas. And we all know about the challenge of the Dutch disease, where you have oil and gas resources and it becomes a curse. So what we are doing in Ghana is to develop a petrochemical industry, which is going to give us plastics, fertilizer, and then other derivatives. We are also focusing on bauxite and aluminium, because we have some of the largest deposits of bauxite. And now we are doing a full value chain from bauxite to aluminium, to bauxite to alumina to aluminium, downstream industries. We are also focusing on iron and steel. Again, we have large deposits of iron, and we have one of the few countries that has deposits of manganese, which combines with iron ore to give you steel. And then we are also now developing aggressively our automotive and vehicle assembly industry. Within a matter of 1.5 years, we've been able to attract 6 of the leading global automotive companies into our country, just because we put in the right policy framework. And now that we are talking about steel, we are talking about plastics, we are talking about aluminium, these are the components that will go into the automotive industry in Ghana. We are also focusing on industrial chemicals. Industrial chemicals, we are focusing on pharmaceuticals, and then the garments and textile sector, and then also machinery and equipment. Because you cannot industrialize without producing some of the machinery and equipment. So I make reference to all these sectors as an entry point for investments from Japan, from the private sector in Japan. And we believe that with the stability, the political stability we have in Ghana, with the infrastructure that we have in Ghana, with the judicial system, fair and equitable judicial system, and also with our strong credentials in social stability, we believe that Ghana is the place to invest. So we look forward to working with you from the Japanese private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your word. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce Mrs. Betty Chemutai Maina, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Enterprise Development of Kenya. Mrs. Maina, welcome.
Thank you very much, and happy to meet all of you and see all of you this afternoon. And we want to thank the government of Tunisia for the very warm welcome and hospitality, and to JETRO for organizing this forum. This panel on industrialization and economic diversification in our countries is a very, very welcome panel as we discuss our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, dealing with the issues of climate change and the challenges of the energy crisis. Therefore, my reflections this afternoon are really around the business opportunities that are available in Kenya and in the broader African continent that have been presented by these challenges, and a lot of the ongoing policy interventions to achieve our industrialization and diversification agenda in Kenya. Kenya and its African neighbors have been keen to diversify their economies while realizing their industrial transformation agendas. For Kenya, we have maintained momentum to implement investor-friendly policies and legal frameworks to drive the growth of various sectors that we have prioritized in our economic blueprints. At the national level, under the Big Four agenda and the Integrated National Export Development and Promotion Strategy, Kenya has prioritized the development and growth of key sectors, and it's not different from some of the sectors my brother has been speaking about. These include building on agriculture and agribusiness, which has been the mainstay of our economy, manufacturing, including apparel, leather, and leather, the electronics and pharmaceutical sectors, mining, oil and gas. For service sectors that typically catalyze industrialization, multiple opportunities for investment and joint ventures exist for science, technology, and mathematics professional firms, health access, financial products, ICT, entertainment, transport, and logistics. Therefore, in an attempt to build up its industrial base, Kenya has been keen on also building up markets, and we endeavor to negotiate for more markets bilaterally and regionally, which should be a momentum, and it should give impetus to any industries that seek to locate in our country, especially small and medium enterprise. From a policy reform perspective, Kenya's ongoing efforts are geared towards consolidating agile national policies to improve farms' productive and manufacturing capacities while driving inclusive and sustainable growth in a resilient and self-reliant manner. As a government, we are constantly working to reduce business pain points, for instance, with regard to our tax regime and tax administration, licensing, cost of credit, intellectual property rights enforcement, and trade facilitation. For the prioritized industrial sectors that I have mentioned, Kenya remains very keen to attract high-value investments that enhance uptake of local content, creates high-value jobs, and encourages innovations and technology uptake and adaptation along the entire value chain. We have been working with our neighbors in the East African region and across Africa to develop strategies to drive investment in robust regional value chains and complementary resilient supply chains in agriculture, transport, logistics, energy. Our government's efforts are geared towards promoting and facilitating sustainable investment in waste management system, startup culture for green manufacturing, creating green jobs, recycling, biofuels, and green energy, e-mobility, and agricultural biologics, because we are very aware of the challenges of climate change and the need for climate-friendly and climate-aware industrial development. To widen our manufacturing base and diversify our value addition capacities, Kenya is encouraging its bilateral and regional trade partners to adopt flexibilities that will boost farms' ability to source inputs and skills across the continent, while allowing for special and differential treatment for products and services from Africa when accessing developed countries' markets. We continue to engage our trade partners to remove non-tariff barriers for products manufactured in Kenya and the wider East African region, while implementing trade facilitation and standardization procedures and services to facilitate market access. And with the launch of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Implementation Strategy earlier on this month, our current focus is on unlocking trade and investment potential by the CFTA to enhance our firms' production and supply capacities across the continent. Kenya's ambition notwithstanding, I'd like to highlight that our share of global trade remains very low at 2.8%, with raw materials constituting the main exports. And therefore, there is a lot of opportunity that exists to industrialize within Africa. We are working as a continent on addressing our infrastructural inadequacies and the shortage of skills, and partnerships with your firms are available for you to work with us in enhancing infrastructure, but at the same time, enhancing the production and the development of the necessary industrial human resource in our continent. We therefore urge the business community that is present in this forum to seize the business opportunities that exist in the sectors that we have highlighted, and in partnership with local firms in Kenya and in the continent, and we believe together we can start sustainable industries within Africa and be able to service not just the markets in Africa, but in the rest of the world. The government of Kenya continues to collaborate closely with the private sector at the firm level to guard against any future disruptions and response to other crises, but together we believe we can walk that journey. Asante sana and karibu Kenya.
Mrs. Maina, thank you. From Kenya to Nigeria, and I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Otumba Adeni Adebayo, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, my colleague ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here in Tunisia with you all. This is a great opportunity to share Nigeria's national aspirations with potential Japanese stakeholders and my friends, brothers, and sisters from across our great continent. Nigeria is aggressively focused on economic diversification, the attraction of targeted and sustainable foreign direct investment, and strengthening our reach as an international trading partner. Economic diversification and moving away from a system that the nation has become accustomed to is challenging, but the federal government of Nigeria is working hard to garner support for two of our most high-impact developmental ambitions. One, driving strategic and financial investment into real sector transformation, and two, repositioning Nigeria as the chief international supply chain partner. Nigeria's real sector transformation drive is divided into three main pillars. One, the development of industrial parks as a way to fast-track the expansion of industrial capacity. These parks will combine a mixture of production, transportation, power generation, and storage facilities. Two, agriculture-led industrialization. This focuses on the backward integration of specific agricultural value chains and the development of processing and value addition of selected commodities. Three, MSME development. We are putting in place mechanisms to ensure MSMEs have improved access to finance, enhanced access to markets, and reduced costs of operation. Nigeria has a strategic objective to become a key international supply chain partner to selected off-taker nations like Japan, and of course, other African countries. Nigeria is rich with natural resources, a skilled labor market, and production and manufacturing potential that we will leverage as a key trading nation. We would like to build a closer relationship with Japan. Of course, one of the key industries that Japan excels in is car manufacturing. Honda and Toyota are the most popular cars in Nigeria, and we recently commissioned a new Toyota service center in Lagos. The automotive sector has faced challenges, and the government is working assiduously to revive the sector. Very shortly, we will launch the Nigerian Automotive Industry Development Plan, which will lay the foundation for the transformation of the sector. I am pleased to inform you that the review of the plan will focus on the following: stimulating demand for locally assembled vehicles through establishing a vehicle finance scheme and a guaranteed offtake mechanism, achieving component manufacturing for vehicle assembly and aftermarket by setting targets for local content utilization in the assembly of vehicles in line with the terms agreed in the ratified African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, promoting sustainability by enacting the Automotive Industry Bill to enhance investors' confidence in the sector, and establishing a governance framework that stipulates sanctions and remedial mechanisms for investors and other beneficiaries of incentives in the automotive sector, incorporating capacity building and knowledge transfer process into investor agreements. The face of Africa is changing, and the next industrial revolution is right here. Africa as a continent has moved past being a continent in need of aid or one that can only supply its natural resources in their raw form to other nations. There is a quote I see on social media a lot. Now, I'm not sure about the accuracy of the numbers, but the meaning behind it remains strong, and I quote, "A bar of iron costs $5. Made into horseshoes, it's worth $12. Made into needles, it's worth $3,500. And made into balance springs for watches, it's worth $300,000. Your own value is determined by what you're able to make of yourself," unquote. Industrialization is key to what we make of ourselves as a continent. I am extremely passionate about Africa being a major driver in the world's post-COVID recovery. And I feel that some of the discussions held here will be the start of making this a reality. I look to further engaging with you all. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Joseph Xiao Ajepong, Chairman of Jospong Group. Welcome. Please, round of applause for our guest. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers of States here from various countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, distinguished participants, I am Joseph Xiao Ajepong and from Ghana. I would humbly like to present a few about industrialization and economic diversification in terms of my business to give a practical meaning to what have been discussed. Economic diversification and industrialization is the pivot of every country. And we know that every industrialization has a longevity. It is not buy and sell issues. It's about industrialization. So we are a company of about 60 subsidiaries and moving into so many things that we do. We are currently in presence of 6 countries, namely Togo, we are in Zambia, we are in Angola, we are in China, we also have a presence in Dubai, and also moving to Nigeria. Now, these are sectors. We operate in 14 sectors of the economy. And it moved from waste management to hospitality business. Our asset base is about 1.4 billion. And that is the motivation aspect of Africa development. That Africa is a continent that every seed that you plant germinates well. Every seed, any kind of seed that you plant on the soil of Africa generates well. So let me humbly give you one seed that was sowed that have germinated very well, and it's waste. It's the flagship of a group. And in 2004, there was a serious waste management problem in Ghana. Everywhere was waste. And what we did was to look at the possibility of dealing with it. So we introduced a simple tricycle model, recruited informal people from the streets and from ghettos and other things, about 45,000 of them currently working now. And for the past 15 years, 45,000 people have been working. And these people are unskilled, informal people. We clothe them, we use an informal tricycle, develop them, and today we turn some into drivers to have a fleet. Some from the tricycle, we develop them to be drivers, to be janitors, and some of them are now drivers of these vehicles. And then from this, we then segregated each of the waste into some kind of resource usable. So tire recycling, plastic recycling, and other things. And in Africa, the composition of waste in Africa is similar to everywhere in Ghana. 62% of them are organic. And then you have the plastics, you have the metal, 14%. Depending upon the country usage, is similar in nature. And then so we turn the 62% into organic fertilizer. And so we have a plant like this. And that's what we call industrialization. Taking something that's out of nothing and make it. Africa is endowed with so many minerals, as Honorable Minister Alan Chiramatin said, and you can put it into use by just diversifying or multiplying it up. So we turn it, I'm having a challenge, okay. So we turn it into a compost. We got a kind of a technology from Germany, and then we just transform it and then recycle it up, compost it up, and these are some of the usable things. We are able to mine the compost out of that. We then have this. So out of the waste, that is nothing. Nigeria has about 250 million population. They are generating 175 million tons. And then we turn into agri-processing. We turn the plastics into recyclable use, produce dustbin out of the plastics. And then the liquid waste, we turn it and recycle it up. So nothing is waste. Nothing is waste. All our resource, we generate biogas from the liquid waste. And then we turn the sludge out of the liquid waste into a biochar. And then we also have medical waste treatment. Currently, we have 58 plants in Ghana developed, and then we're moving into other countries. We're landfilling, we turn them, develop them, sludge and wastewater drainage, we recover. We have OECD banks and then ECA banks supporting us, all Hermes, UK banks, and other things. So my friends and distinguished ladies and gentlemen from other countries, Japan especially, technology is the partner that we need to partner and develop. But Africa is a soil that when you even plant waste, it germinates into industrialization. These are the areas we are looking for partnership: waste to energy, REDFs, and then we look into land administration, technology, construction, agro-processing, and organic fertilizer processing. We want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now It gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Takaaki Nishi, Senior Corporate Advisor of Ajinomoto Group. Mr. Nishi, welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Takaaki Nishi. Today, I would like to talk about Ajinomoto's vision as a company and about our businesses in Africa. Since Ajinomoto was founded over 100 years ago, we have strived to be a company that has had at its heart solving food and health issues. With more than 30,000 group employees globally and with a presence in 135 markets, we are working to help people to eat well and live well. In order to solve the world's food and health problems, we would believe that by 2030 we must achieve both of these two things. First, to extend the healthy life expectancy of 1 billion people, and secondly, to reduce the environmental impact by 50%. With these two outcomes as our goals, we will provide a strong and sustainable food system. May I now introduce to you Ajinomoto's group's activities in Africa. In Nigeria, we contribute towards achieving a delicious taste, not only for the 28 million households in Nigeria, but also for the whole of the West African region. I will talk about this in more detail later. We also invest in another company that distributes Campbell products. And secondly, we would like to talk about our CSR activities. We have we developed the Ajinomoto Foundation in order to provide healthy nutrition for infants in Africa. Ajinomoto is the world's #1 umami seasoning, and it's been promoted as a solution to health issues in Nigeria, such as high blood pressure and edema caused by excessive salt intake. Through this seasoning, eating well and reducing salt will be the new slogan taking root in every household in Nigeria. We also have a new product developed in the last few years, Deli Dawa. This is a traditional fermented bean seasoning, Dadawa, that is indispensable in making typical Nigerian soup dishes. This was launched in January 2020 and is becoming known as an easy-to-use, hygienic and authentic-tasting seasoning for use in home cooking. We use low-cost beans from Nigeria together with fermentation bacteria from Japanese natto. I would now like to talk to you about our initiatives in Africa through Agro to Agri, which is a company from Spain. Agro to Agri provides various bio-solutions to the challenges that exist in modern agriculture. They use amino acids to boost immunity, the body's immune system. And the company is currently operating in 10 countries in Africa. Our products for agriculture are safe and affordable, and their use reduces stress on plants and makes the soil more fertile, which in turn improves crop quality and yield, reduces pesticides, and overall tackling the challenges of poverty and hunger in Africa. We are in cooperation with Ghana, Kenya, Zambia,
We hope to be able to enlarge this network. In 2021, we were able to approach as many as 47,000 farmers in Ghana. By using our products to improve yields, we were able to reduce the amount of arable land needed, specifically converting 53 million hectares of land to non-arable use. I hope this has given you an idea of the value we are providing and the impact we are having in Africa. So these are the three things that we are working on in Africa. Last but not least, the Ajinomoto Group will continue to work together with you to solve various food and agricultural issues both in Africa and around the world. We thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nishii. Next, I am delighted to welcome Mr. Duga Makiura, founder and CEO of Dugas Limited. Mr. Makiura.
Hello. Can we get some replies? Hello? Good afternoon, in case I don't see you, good evening, and maybe good night. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Doga from Degas Limited. Today, I'd like to talk about, not just about my company, but about why nature-based solutions to invest a lot more in the green transformation in Africa has a huge potential in this continent. Let me explain by briefly talking about the issue of food crisis here in Africa. As you know, there is roughly, almost 100 million people living under less than, $1.9 a day under malnutrition. This is a huge issue, as exacerbated by the inflation, ongoing war of Russia to Ukraine, and so on. I was supposed to hide the wording in the slides, but. So 3 times more droughts had occurred and 10 times more flooding occurred compared to 1970s to 1980s. So the climate change is happening, it's real, people need to face the reality. However, the irony is that Africa only produces 3.8% of the total world's greenhouse gas emission. I think this is the inconvenient truth Al Gore pointed out, and also this is the greatest irony we have to face. So, to sum it up, food crisis and climate change are the top 2 challenges we're facing, and we have to solve now. I've talked about a lot of negative problems here, but John F. Kennedy, the 35th US president, one time said in his speech that when written in Chinese, I wish he said Japanese, but when written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One represents danger, and the other represents opportunity. So I've spoken a lot of issues to do with food crisis and climate change, but I regard this as the single greatest opportunity Africa can thrive in the coming 10 to 20 years. As you know, and as some of the people and ministers have already presented, 60% of the world's unused arable land exists here in Africa. There's only 2 ways to remove carbon dioxide from the air. One is DAC, direct air capturing, which requires a lot of technical developments, takes time, and it requires a lot of CapEx investments. Whereas another one is nature-based solutions, which is to utilize the existing assets Africa has and then remove the carbon from the air. And that is, for example, soil rehabilitation, using biochars, or using organic fertilizer, as Joseph pointed out early on. And 60%, that's a large number. It has a huge potential to do the NBS, nature-based solution practices, here in Africa. See, always there's technical issue. I'm supposed to be running a technology company, but yeah. And as Paris Agreement articulated, if we properly apply the nature-based solutions in Africa, we can reduce the carbon greenhouse gas emission by 11% in the world, by just Africa alone. So let's think about the opportunity and then how to achieve carbon neutral. So the market size is also big. Gabon recently announced a massive carbon creation project, and then it's creating roughly about 300 million for that. So there's a big market opportunity and economic rationale. So what we do right now at Degas, in Ghana mainly, so there is short-term problem, which is a really low productivity farmers are facing, a third or sometimes a quarter of the world's average. So we are really trying to solve that by providing high-quality inputs to all these farmers to increase their productivity, and farmers pay us back in kind, and we sell these bags to companies like Nestle, and we're one of the largest producers of maize in Ghana. As I said, this is only done through our technology at the back end. So we have a patent pending algorithm that allows us to visualize and capture all the data farmers have on the ground. So everything's digitized in the rural areas of Ghana, all the way from registration of farmers, mapping of farms, providing inputs, farming seminars, and we take all the attendance rate. And finally, every maize bag we have out there has a QR tag attached. So we can trace every single bag back to the farmer or the community level. So we've been working in Ghana for about 3.5 years, and we're now financing about 15,000 farmers. Productivity/incomes doubled or tripled. So short term, we're really increasing the productivity, and in mid to long term, we're really going to go to implement such nature-based solutions. And I am here to really actively looking for partners. If you have land, we have the traceability monitoring and the tools to do so. And of course, hopefully the green growth initiative that was announced by Prime Minister Kishida 2 days ago, of 4 billion budget with government and the private money, will allow us to boost this movement. So please do contact me if you have any inquiries, and then let's go change the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for this presentation, Mr. Makwera. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohammed Al-Arabi, CEO of Al-Arabi Group. Please welcome Mr. Arabi as it should.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. I'm coming from Egypt Consumer Electronics Business. I'd like to explain the opportunities in Africa. Yes, every one of us know how the Africa is powerful enough to contribute in the global future. It's all known by everyone attending this forum. The trade agreements among the countries in Africa, covering 26 countries in COMESA, in ECOS, in SADC, and EAC. So Al-Arabi in consumer electronics from the year 1964, starting by a trading company, then moving as a manufacturer for trading. We already working together with Japanese technology from 50 years, almost 50 years, and this is the facts we already achieve. Currently, we have our own R&D to develop products in Egypt together with our partner in Japan, in Korea, in China, in Italy, in Germany. And we have now 40% market share. We have 600 after-sales service centers to provide the service everywhere in the country, together with our own service. We have our own showrooms. We have more than 40,000 employees. And it's the time now to explore and find the possibility to contribute in Africa industrialization. Al-Arabi have a 31 product category in consumer electronics, starting from TV, refrigerators, others, even small appliances, getting different brands, 16 brands, from Toshiba, Sharp, Hitachi, Sony, and other Japanese manufacturers, besides Italian manufacturers like Hoover and Candy, La Germania, and also Chinese by Hisense and German by Hiller. So we already have a wide vast of the brand portfolio and product portfolio to fulfill all the requirement of our expected customers. Al-Arabi and Japan, we have a very successful relationship starting back in 1975 when we became the representative of Toshiba and then main partner of Toshiba in Egypt. And then we already absorbed this technology of Toshiba and then Sharp and other Japanese manufacturer. And we already succeed to prove the best success stories with Japan. and the Japanese government decorated our late chairman and founder by the Sunrise Medal, and also our current chairman. So twice, El Arabic Group already got the medals from Japan, proving how our story with the Japanese company and Japanese culture is successful. So our strategy is what we already learned from Japanese, and we are also aiming to expand our cooperation with Japanese. We want to send this technology to everywhere in Africa together with our local partners. We are not looking for the normal export business, but we create partnership, work together with our partners in different countries, creating JVs for manufacturing or for trading and for after-sales service and for all the value chain for the industry. So up to now, we already achieved to put our product in 26 countries in Africa. We have 2 trading companies, one in South Africa and one in Kenya. We have our 2 representative office, one in Morocco and the other in Senegal. We have 5 joint venture manufacturing and trading in Sudan, Algeria, Nigeria, and also in Tanzania. And we are aiming to expand everywhere in the country, in the continent, together with our partner, Japanese partner who has the technology, and our local partner everywhere in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arabi. For our next speaker, we will welcome Mr. Kiyoshi Nihei, Executive Officer of IHI Corporation. Mr. Nihei, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nihei of IHI Corporation. Thank you very much for giving me such a valuable opportunity at TICAD8 today. First, let me introduce our company profile. IHI is a comprehensive heavy industry manufacturer founded in 1853. IHI represents for Ishikawajima Harima Heavy Industries. As of March this year, IHI Group has consolidated sales of $10.6 billion and has 28,000 employees. The business of IHI Group is divided into 4 business areas. These are resource, energy, and environment, social infrastructure, industrial machineries, and aero engine and space, and defense. Next, I would like to introduce IHI Group's large-scale project experienced in Africa. Since 1970, we have been involved in construction and maintenance of LPG plants, power plants, large bridges, and other facilities, and have contributed to the social and economic development of Africa. Over the last 50 years in Algeria, we have constructed LPG plants with production of 9 million tons per year of LPG for Sonatrach. In Morocco, we have delivered 4 boilers to Jolf Rasfa and Safi power stations, contributing the resolution of power shortage. In Congo, we have constructed Matadi Bridge in 1983 and is also involved in maintenance and human resource development. In addition, we constructed hydroelectric gates in Kenya and natural gas-fired thermal power plants in Mozambique. In this way, IHI Group is contribute to the industrial and economic development of African countries by implementing large-scale projects and conducting maintenance and developing human resources. In this page, I would like to introduce IHI Group's activities toward sustainable development in Africa. Last year, IHI and Sumitomo Forestry formed an alliance to realize forest management consulting business. To control greenhouse gas, it is an urgent task to to properly manage tropical forests and peatlands and reduce CO2 emission from forest fire. We are working to expand this forest management to peatland in Africa also. IHI is developing human resources in Africa through its business and training programs. At the Matadi Bridge, technology was transferred to engineers through construction and maintenance work. We also received trainees from Mozambique using ABE initiative. In the infrastructure business, we will further strengthen our life cycle business, including planning, operation, and maintenance, and realize long life period of social infrastructure. We are also looking to collaborate with new African partners to expand our business in Africa. By combining the strengths of our partners with technologies and experience we have gained over many years, we will continue to develop human resources in Africa, and IH Group will contribute to sustainable growth and decarbonization of Africa. Thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you, Mr. Nihei. Executive Director, President of Konoike Construction. Please welcome Mr. Hiroki Watatsu. Thank you for the warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I am from a construction firm, Konoike Construction. I'm very happy that everything is working again. But that is my name. I am truly grateful for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to start with the company's overview. Since its foundation in 1871, through monozukuri or manufacturing, Konoike has been striving to create societies where people can live with peace of mind. Thankfully, last year in 2021, we celebrated a major milestone of the 150th anniversary in business. For overseas, as you can see on the slide, Southeast Asia and Africa is where we exert our efforts. In Africa, in 1979, with the construction of Kilimanjaro Agricultural and Industrial Development Center in the United Republic of Tanzania, we have started our business development across the continent. This year marks our 43rd year in Africa. In Africa, we worked in 26 countries marked in orange on the left-hand side of the slide and carried out more than 200 projects. Our office in Kenya is in operation for over 35 years. Our services in Africa are mainly ODA projects. We also undertake construction works ordered by private companies. In ODA projects, under the Japanese government's policy, we position our construction works of social infrastructure such as transport, agriculture, water supply and electricity, and building works in health and education such as hospitals and schools as high-quality infrastructure businesses. These contribute to improving people's living standards in Africa. For private companies, we construct factories, offices, and showrooms. We strive to be of some help to Africa's economic development. Next, I talk about technology transfer. The Bakili-Muzuruki Bridge is located in Mangochi, Malawi, and is along the Nakada Transport Corridor. We constructed this bridge using the cantilever method of the first time in Malawi. Please watch a short video. この工事に限らず、当社はアフリカの建設
On
会
this
社を
and
協
other
力会社に
projects,
選定し、
we select African
事実移転を
construction
行っておりま
firms
す。
as partners and to transfer technology.
また民間企業発注の
Now
事業
I
について説明い
explain
たします。
our project ordered by private
写真は
companies.
日立建機株
This
式会
picture
社様が
shows
ザ
a
ンビア
maintenance plant in
ルサカに
Zambia
おいて
planned by
整備工
Hitachi
場を計画
Construction
され、
Machinery Company
弊
Limited
社がその
and
建設を行いまし
built
た。
by us.
日本の求める
We, as a company
質を理解し、
who
それを体現
understands
でき
and
る
can
企業として
embody the
皆様の
quality
アフリ
sought
カ
by
への事業展
Japanese,
開をお手伝いい
Japan,
たし
Japanese
ます。
companies assist you in your business development into Africa.
こちらのスライドは現在弊
This
社がアフリカ
slide
で行っ
shows
てい
a
る工
list
事
of
期間です。
list of our current
Senegal,
construction
Côte
projects
d'Ivoire,
in
Malawi,
Africa, in
Ethiopia,
Senegal, Cote
Sudan,
d'Ivoire,
Uganda,
Malawi,
Zimbabwe,
Ethiopia, Sudan,
病院、
and
学校を建設
Uganda.
しています。
We are building infrastructure and hospitals and schools.
これからも
We will
新たな
continue
社会課題やお客様のニーズを的確に
accelerate
捉え、
we continue to
風である
accurately grasp new social challenges and customer needs, and in the spirit of our corporate creed of sincerity, courteousness, promptness, and following our statement of our long-term vision, Konoike One Vision 2050, which is create, support, and coexist happiness, we would like to continuously provide sustainable values to the people of Africa.
Thank you so much. And next, please welcome Mr. Hideo Oshima, Managing Executive Officer of Nippon Signal.
Assalamu alaikum. Kame kadorekt min Oshima.
I'm very pleased to be here today. My name is Oshima of Nippon Signal. I do feel that the cooperative relationship between Japan and Africa is becoming stronger and stronger, having attended the last 2 days. First of all, about our company. I have tried to explain our setup in one visual, which is this slide. As you can see the town, the station, the office, the airport. We provide all of these infrastructure. You get up in the morning, you go to work, and you take transport back home. Nippon Signal is with you all the way. Nippon Signal has a 90-year history of expanding its business whilst pursuing superior technologies for safety and reliability. This is our supply main track record in the world. We provide the most suitable infrastructure solutions according to the needs of each country. For example, you can see Uganda, the road traffic control project, the metro project in Egypt. It's a communication-based control system, a very advanced form of automated control and metro driving. Now let me go on to the environment surrounding Africa. This is challenges faced not only by Africa but the world: climate change, natural disasters, pollution, environmental problems, global security. The population is expected to grow rapidly in Africa until at least 2100. So we need to be able to plan to enhance transportation, to ease traffic congestion, improve connectivity between economic sectors and logistics, and we need to reduce traffic accidents. We need to develop infrastructure for sustainable growth. We need to secure human resources for operation and maintenance. And we need to reduce the need for operation and maintenance work. May I just go on to describe some of our operations in Japan? This graph shows the transition of transportation mode share rates across Japan. The horizontal axis is the distance traveled, and the vertical one is the utilization rate of transportation modes in relation to distance. For distances less than 100 kilometers, the rate of automobiles is up by more than 70%, whereas that of railroads is less than 25%. Regarding Japan's railroad infrastructure, the preparation during the construction phase is mostly led by the government, and in the operation and the maintenance phase is done by customer-oriented operation through the private sector by business entities. And here you can see the traffic signals control for road traffic systems with 3 main control methods. This is going on to technology transfer. Our goal is to provide systems that enable safe, secure, and comfortable transportation. Now, our contribution that we plan for the future. For 90 years, we've been involved in the manufacture of equipment, primarily for railroad systems. We are committed to customer needs, which are maintenance, mobility, security, smart city solutions. Meanwhile, we have been participating in internship activities for students studying in Japan through the Abe initiative since 2013. We hope to be able to contribute to the development of human resources who will be working as business partners in Japan in the future. Here we have an employee from Kenya who works for our company.
From Kenya, I work at Nippon Signal Japan, which specializes in railway technology. I joined Nippon Signal in 2019 March, and I work in the Department of Railway Infrastructure Systems. Nippon Signal was founded in the year 1928 and thus has profound experience in railway technology. It has been in charge of various railway infrastructure projects in the US and in select countries in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, South America, and Africa. We look forward to more collaborations because Nippon Signal indeed has the capacity to support the development of railway infrastructure in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So much, and now it is my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Masaki Ishikawa, Senior Executive Officer of JGC Holdings Corporation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And my name is Masaki Ishikawa, and this is my great honor to be with you. And please let me introduce my company's profile briefly. JGC Corporation was established in 1928, and the company is one of the largest engineering companies in Japan and even in the global market. And the company has a very especially strong capability in oil and gas and energy infrastructure areas. And for example, JGC has completed 1/3 of LNG, liquid natural gas production facilities in the global market. Okay, so this is the track record of our global activities. The JGC has completed more than 20,000 projects in 85 countries, including 12 African countries. And this, in case of Africa, we have completed 114 projects, and most of them were in Algeria and Nigeria. But of course, our company would strongly want to extend our business partnership with other African countries. And this is our new, partnership with Mozambique. This project is constructing floating LNG production facilities in Mozambique. And this and floating LNG facilities is like this, and this we are almost completing the construction of this facility, and now this is already sent to the Mozambique. So the project is going to start LNG production within next 1 year. And the other experience is in Nigeria. Of course, we have already completed the many oil and gas projects in Nigeria, and recently we are engaged in, again, floating LNG project. And at this moment, we are at the stage of designing the facilities in details. And I think this project will well meet the strong demand of LNG, especially in European countries. I have talked about our capability in oil and gas area, but of course we have also a strong capability in some other infrastructure areas, such as renewable energies, recyclings, and something like that. And for example, taking this TICAD opportunity, we made a partnership with Mauritius government to promote blue ocean economy projects. With strong support from Mauritius government, we are going to do feasibility study about how to use deep ocean waters and how to upgrade fishery industries and food processing industries by using such deep ocean water. I think this will well contribute to the more industrialization of Mauritius and the region. So thank you very much, and we are very much hoping to collaborate with African friends to brighter our future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ishikawa, thank you so much. For our next speaker, it is a great pleasure to welcome Mrs. Lamia Fourati, Vice President of Tunisia Auto and Industry Association and Chief Strategy Officer of OneTech Holding. Ms. Fourati.
Welcome, everyone. Sorry, I don't have a presentation. It was a misunderstanding, so you will just have my voice and my face. I hope they will transmit the message. So, no doubt that industrialization in Africa will be the big challenge for the next decade. But how we're gonna do it, this is the real questions. We're gonna bring with the case with the OneTech Group. So OneTech Group is a Tunisian industrial group. Our facilities are mainly located in Tunisia and Morocco. We are a technology provider company. We produce electronic, electric, electromechanicals, cabling. We're having 300 million euro turnover, exporting more than 85% sales, delivering to almost 50 countries all over the world, mainly Europe and Africa. And we're having workforce over 5,000 employees. Proudly saying 50% of them are women. So our story began 45 years ago with the main objective to position on the international market and in technology activity mainly. So to reach this objective, we built joint ventures and partnership for technology acquisition. So we acquire know-how, we build complementary bases, partnership with our partner like Prismium, like Elemaster, Fuba, TPE, etc., which is international company in different fields in electronic and in electric. One of our main activity is cable. We produce cable in telecommunication, power cable, data cable. So we are a part of a multilateral agreement with a strategic and global provider to African continent, and we participate in electrification in a lot of African countries like Rwanda, Guinea, Niger, Senegal, etc. So we provide national utilities company, we provide international EPC, local installer, etc. We are also very present in Europe through our customers in France and Germany, especially for cable, building cable, industrial cable, and applications. The other activity that we are proud of is electronic and mechatronic. This also too is begins with a partnership with the companies that have technology. So it begins since the 19th, where we're having today the biggest African company producing printed circuit boards in Tunisia, which is the main component in the electronic product, which is the green board in the electronic. So our company have been made in a partnership with a German company named FUBA, and thanks to this partnership, we're having built technology, we're having built human resources, training, market access, etc. So today we're producing PCB, but also electronic cards, only plastic connectors, wire and harnesses, and complete modules, especially for the automotive business. So one of our big customers are tier 1 company like Valeo, like Bosch, Continental, etc. So all these have been made thanks to a lot of factors. One of them is strategic location of Tunisia, could be hub between Africa and Europe and all over the world. I said that we're delivering 50 countries. Qualified and availability of human resources with a competitive cost in Tunisia. That make producing technology possible in our country, and an important history of Tunisia in the industry and international standard level in the industry, thanks to partnership and technology acquisition. This made things possible. Today, when you see the disruptive market with the connected car, we quickly know that innovation begins to be the DNA. But if you don't have innovation in this industry, you'd better leave the battle before even it begins. So that's why we acquired 2 years ago a software companies, because quickly the cars will become computers on wheels. In Tunisia, the automotive sector is a big sector. It represents 100K employment, 2 billion euro exports, with an added value of more than 40% added value. So either it is Tunisian company or international company, maybe this morning you saw some of them. The industry in Tunisia is having the knowledge of the industrial excellence, quality standard, and just delivery time. All this thanks to all these years of partnership, all these years of human resource development, all these years of investment in know-how. Even between 2013 and 2020, and despite the economic and COVID crisis, 63% of the electronics and mechatronics company in Tunisia have integrated product innovation. That means that how much this sector is now going into a next phase, which is innovation. And it has really proven resilience towards uncertainty of environment. The automotive sector during the COVID just stopped 2 weeks of factory, just stopped 2 weeks. So and we restart just after this. So through our experience, we strongly believe that private sector is key to lead industrial transformation in Africa and can bring value creation in local products. However, government support is crucial. In Tunisia, for instance, we signed a pact for the competitivity of the automotive sector between the government and the private sector. This to align between key sector conditions, political policy, and strategic action. Today, COVID brings new opportunities, but also new challenges that we need to capture together. What we name globalization, that means that its new tendency of regionalized value chain is developing from big players because of transportation cost, because of supplier failure risk, because of natural carbon, because of innovation. There is too much today challenges that bring that more and more the big companies needs to regional their supply chain and to focus on the region to build their product. The second one is to rally global partnership. In Africa, most policymakers consider that electric, electronic, and automotive manufacturing is essential for industrialization and development. And we already hear together 2 or 3 countries that are speaking about automotive manufacturing. Today, metal, plastic, and electronics, among others, are produced locally and raw materials are available. So building strategy across continents between Africa and Japan based on the synergy of assets and competitive advantage of each country, focus on the manufacture of components available locally, and the technology know-how from Japan can bring value to both strategic partners. And finally, technology leapfrogging for development countries will be key to deliver sustainable and resilient industrialization. Today, we need to encourage innovation and digital and ecological transition of the industry. And this could be important and very key, even with important human resources policy, development, and investment in know-how, because human being will be the next big challenge for the next decade. Today, resources are scarcing, especially not only in copper or in aluminum, but also in human resources. So developing human resources and making the investment that need to be done is a keystone for Africa and Japan, that both needs human resource to accelerate the digitization and industrialization, but also lower their cost because of inflation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the huge work and also for the added value. And now please welcome Mr. Eiji Yonezawa, CEO, President of Oriental Consultants Global. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Yonezawa. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much for introducing me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So my name is Yonezawa. I'm CEO of Oriental Consultants Global. So since 1957, we have been one of Japan's foremost engineering consulting firms for transport and other infrastructures. So we conduct studies, planning, design, construction supervision, and related services. We have completed over 4,400 projects in more than 150 countries worldwide. Our office location are shown here. So green mark represents our subsidiary, while red mark shows our overseas offices. So blue small dots show the countries where we have completed projects. Our headquarters is in Tokyo, and we have 11 overseas offices worldwide, including in Côte d'Ivoire, Egypt, Madagascar, and Mozambique. We have 8 subsidiaries, including in Uganda. So these are our primary services: urban and regional development, energy and power development, healthcare and education, agriculture and water resources, roads and bridges, ports and logistics, railways and mass transit, airports and aviation. So these are our recent major projects in Africa. So from upper left side, Ivorian-Japanese Friendship flyover construction in Côte d'Ivoire. and the corridor development for West Africa Growth Ring Master Plan in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. The Farano wind power plant in Egypt. Construction of new Nile Bridge in Uganda, and Nakara corridor economic development strategies in Mozambique, a master plan formulation for economic access in Madagascar, and the Toamasina Port development project in Madagascar, Namibe Port improvement project in Angola, urban transport master plan in Kinshasa, in Democratic Republic of Congo. Also, the Matadi Bridge rehabilitation in the DRC. So according to the JETRO survey, so 82% of Japanese companies that enter Africa are expecting the market of the future. On the other hand, in the same survey, 44% said the inadequacy infrastructure is one of the great risks to the investment environment. As such, it is necessary to accelerate infrastructure development in order to promote private investment. As AFDB's High Five and strategy says, industrialization is indispensable for sustainable growth in Africa. It is necessary to attract further private investment as an engine to promote industrialization. So the lack of the infrastructure is a major obstacle to the development of Africa. So we OCG is involved not only in hard infrastructure, but also in a comprehensive development master plan spanning several countries, such as West African Growth Ring Corridor development. We can support from the upstream, from the strategy, the actual infrastructure master plan, to the downstream field, from design to construction. When the master plan is completed, so various resulting projects can be expected through ODA and various financing, PPP, private sector, and local government. We support these projects through consultancy services. So Japan's infrastructure development through JICA will expand local employment and contribute greatly to acquiring local skills and technologies. We also proactively engage in investment projects that contribute to the development of Africa. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And finally, the last intervention for this third session with Mr. Ichiro Sakai, President of Sakai Heavy Industries.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I am Sakai Ichiro, President of Sakai Heavy Industries. We are founded in 1918. With over 100 years history, we manufacture road construction equipment. We export to over 130 countries around the world. As you can see, the 130 countries include many African ones. In 2018, we delivered 247 units of rollers to Uganda through a buyers 2018, and also 2 road stabilizers through ODA to Kenya in 2018. You can see how the Japanese roads looked in the 1950s. The condition was extremely bad. What we needed urgently were all-weather roads. Africa suffers from a similar problem in some regions. When it rains, roads become muddy and traffic flow is severely impeded. In this slide, we talk about our solutions for facing these challenges. This is a Sakai stabilizer. We take 20 or 30 centimeter thick layer on the surface of the road and compact it. We do about 2 million square meters per year of this work in Japan. We reuse the original ingredients, so it is a very economic and environmentally friendly way of completing this work. And through our methods, we cut down carbon emission by more than 25%. Please have a look at this video. We are not road construction company, but what we do, we transfer the technology for self-management for road maintenance using our equipment to various African countries. You can see how this pays off. It accelerates development of roads through the use of our equipment throughout Africa. Technology transfer has more or less been completed in Kenya, not only in the residential areas, but you can see here within the Nairobi National Wild Park as well. We delivered a stabilizer through ODA in 2018. We also plan to provide one to Ethiopia in 2023 through ODA. So we hope to be able to contribute towards the economic growth and development of Africa through the use of land development using the Sakai stabilizer. And finally, you can see the work being done in Nicaragua, which made possible road extension by 5,000 kilometers in several years, in a very few number of years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of the third session. We will go straight to the fourth one. So, for the fourth session, we will feature talks by financial institutions representing both Japan and Africa on the common financing requirements for all the topics covered in the previous three sessions. This is intended to serve as a springboard on building sustainable finance in Africa. And to open this session, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Amilcar Paya-Tivan, Vice Minister for Economy and Finance of Mozambique. Mr. Tivan, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wish to express our gratitude for the government of Tunisia for the warm hospitality extended to us, the government of Japan, and JETRO for inviting us. I will just elaborate on a couple of points to highlight what Mozambique is doing to improve, I think, the public finances and attract private capital, which is critical to address the development needs. I wish to highlight 3 points. building strong macroeconomic fundamentals is critical to address, in the case of Mozambique, some long-standing fiscal vulnerabilities. We've just put in place a set of measures to widen the fiscal base, to improve, more important, revenue collection, over the medium term, to bring the public debt towards a sustainable path, and also to try to mitigate the risks stemming from SOEs. And to do so, we have to re-engage a couple of bilateral and multilateral partners, including the IMF. In May 9, the IMF board approved a program for Mozambique, which brings a component of financing needs, which will contribute to fill the gap in terms of the gross financing needs. The key issue here is the fact that we have to strike the right balance between the need to continue to advance the fiscal consolidation efforts, as well as to create conditions to boost growth. And we are mindful that in the case of Mozambique, given the fact that the debt indicators seems to be in a difficult situation. More importantly, I'm talking about the fact that the country was classified as being in debt distress, while if we're considering the LNG revenues that the country will be receiving in the next few years, it's being assessed as a country sustainable in a forward-looking sense. So we are putting in place measures to improve the public finances over the medium term to address the development needs in terms of building human capital development, supporting the development of infrastructure, and so forth. The second point I wish to highlight, which we believe is critical to attract private capital and also bolster the public finance situation, is to continue to progress with the governance reforms. We are talking more specifically about measures that seek to mitigate the risks stemming from SOEs, aggressively fighting corruption, and also create an enabling environment to bolster the private sector development. And finally, we should not lose sight of the need to look at the long-standing challenges, which are promoting diversification and make our economies more competitive. So rebooting structural priorities is key. In that context, we have a list of actions that the government is putting in place. First of all, the design of a sovereign wealth fund. As you know, Mozambique is set to become, in the near future, one of the key players in LNG market. In that context, we are putting in place the sovereign wealth fund to ensure that the resources are managed effectively. In addition to that, we have a set of measures to improve the participation of the private sector, including the revision of FX law, which will contribute to enhance capital mobility and remove restrictions, in particular for the sector associated with LNG. And also we are making some revisions in our investment law, the labor law, to create conditions to attract private businesses, including Japan, a country that has a long-standing relationship with Mozambique. Just to conclude, I also wish to highlight that recently, 3 weeks back, the president of Mozambique has launched a set of 20 measures that aim to bolster growth and also promote private sector development. More importantly, we're looking at measures that will contribute to ease the access to financing. We are aiming to put together a guarantee fund to mitigate the risk. The size of the fund is expected to be $250 million. In addition to that, we are contemplating to ease the restrictions in terms of the visas, as well as some tax cuts, corporate income tax we're talking about cuts of in the range of 20 percentage points, from 32% to 10% for companies that wish to invest in agriculture, aquaculture, and also public transportation. So in a nutshell, I have just presented a couple of measures that Mozambique is implementing to boost the public finances, which will be critical to address our development needs. But we also do understand that the role of private sector, more importantly, private capital, is quite critical. That's why we are shifting the focus of the reform package to look at some long-standing obstacles to private sector development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. So for our next speaker, please welcome Mr. Shinsuke Toda, Managing Executive Officer of Mizuho Bank.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shinsuke Toda, CEO for Europe, Middle East, and Africa of Mizuho Bank. Today, I'd like to talk about a big potential which will well fit in sustainable finance as well as ESG finance. But let me start. Who Mizuho is? I'd like to ask a question to everyone. What does Mizuho mean? I want to be interactive, but today I'm conscious of time, I know. So let me explain what Mizuho means. Mizuho literally means fresh harvest of Japanese rice. In Europe, vintage wine, older, is much better than Beaujolais Nouveau, younger. But unlike in Europe, in Japan, younger is much better. For example, Japanese green tea, Japanese sake, Japanese rice. So fresh harvest means fruitfulness. That's what we want to deliver. So Mizuho's mission to contribute to prosperity of our client, society, Japan, Africa, and the world. So what's the prosperity, potential prosperity in Africa? It's definitely green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is made from renewable energy such as solar power, wind power. Africa's power production cost of renewable energy is the cheapest in the world, which is significant competitive advantage. Africa will be the biggest producer of green hydrogen. The share will be roughly 30% in the world, which will bring 12% of GDP growth in Africa. And in response to the gas price hike caused by Russian-Ukraine confrontation, EU has made an announcement, Repower EU, to build hydrogen corridor from various regions to EU. Africa would be the biggest exporter of the hydrogen. Also, Japan will be the second biggest importer of green hydrogen. Of course, Japan will provide technology, development, capital expenditure to Africa to support produce of green hydrogen. But in the corridor of green hydrogen to EU as well as to Japan, there is a big value chain of the hydrogen. Again, power production, electrification, making ammonia from hydrogen, liquefaction of the hydrogen, and the transportation of the hydrogen, which means no single player can do full business of this value chain. So you need a business partner to participate in this value chain. Together with key partner in Africa, Mizuho is here for you to introduce right business partner. For African corporate, we will introduce Japanese business partner. For Japanese corporate, we will introduce African corporate. One of the most important business partners is Standard Bank, which is the largest bank in Sub-Saharan area. Today, I'm joined with Deputy Chair of Standard Bank, Jaco Mari. Just raise your hand. Right. Jaco is also envoy of investment to Africa, appointed by President Ramaphosa. On this TICAD, we have upgraded our memorandum of understanding with key partners, focusing on ESG and sustainability. Finally, for the project done by business partners, we are ready to provide not only debt instruments, but also equity. That's all my presentation. If you may have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I'm available in this room. But just one reminder for everyone. If you have opportunity to enjoy Japanese sake, please don't ask vintage, but also try to find out fresh harvest one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All the gratitude for this reading and for these teachings. And now I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Hisham Okasha, Chairman of National Bank of Egypt. Please reserve him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federation of Egyptian Banks, I would like to thank our brothers and sisters in Tunisia for the warm welcome and the timely event. I'd also commend the Japanese for their explicit keenness to promote cooperation with the African nations, especially in light of the 2019 Yokohama Declaration focusing on African development needs. That's, of course, in alignment with the African Vision and Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. We're gathered today in an extremely complicated global situation following a series of crises that have highlighted the importance of consolidating relationships among countries, especially that African countries are on the verge of witnessing a major positive change in which trade, investment, entrepreneurship opportunities will grow. Egypt has always been keen on adopting the partnership approach in its efforts to achieve and finance sustainable development with development partners from the private sector, civil society, and international and regional organizations. In a proactive step, Egypt has recently launched the Financing Sustainable Development Report, the first of its kind national report on financing development, and issued the first sovereign green bonds in the Middle East and North Africa for an amount of $750 million back in September 2020. Egypt is also proud of the strong and distinctive relationship with its friendly state of Japan. The economic relations between our two countries have developed markedly in recent years. Trade exchange has increased 13%, recording $1.5 billion back in 2021. Japanese investments in Egypt have accounted for about $1 billion. We'd like to see that increase as well, please. And that's through 87 Japanese companies working in Egypt. In addition, Egypt issued its first samurai bond in the Japanese market at a value of 60 billion yen, equivalent of around $500 million earlier this year. What we truly need to expand the relations between Egypt and Japan within sustainable goals, we need more collaboration, more communication with our partners, the Japanese banks, because this is vital for increasing and promoting trade and transfer of, especially with my colleague mentioning the green hydrocarbon, it's very important to transfer the knowledge, technical assistance, as well as the financing capabilities for Japanese companies working in Egypt. In Egypt, it's also intensifying its effort to attract further Japanese investments, especially under the Egypt-Japan Business and Investment Promotion Committee, established during the 7th edition of TICAD, the contribution to successfully attracting new investors to the Egyptian market. Dear partners, sustainable development goals cannot be attained without an effective banking sector to direct finance towards more sustainable economic activities. The Central Bank of Egypt issued the guiding principles on sustainable finance, encompassing building the necessary capacities and knowledge, engaging stakeholders, managing climate change risks, and applying the principles of sustainability to the bank's internal activities and operations. Several Egyptian banks have also complied with the standards of Global Sustainability Report through adopting sustainability principles across all activities at the economic, social, and environmental levels. I would like to refer to the role of National Bank of Egypt in this regard, publishing our first comprehensive sustainability report back in December 2020. Furthermore, we have integrated sustainability within all our internal activities and operations. Since 1998, National Bank of Egypt has put into effect finance programs for industrial pollution abatement with the participation of the European Investment Bank, the French Development Agency, KfW, and the European Union. In early 2022, National Bank of Egypt became a member of the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative and a signatory to the Principles for Responsible Banking, which aim to enhance the concept of managing environmental and community risks resulting from the bank's activities. As a final note, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to you all, and hope that our experience and devotion will significantly contribute to promoting growth and development in the countries of our Africa, for the sake and fulfilling the aspirations and ambitions of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this exhaustive presentation of activities of National Bank of Egypt. And to speak next, it is my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Takanori Sasaki, Senior Managing Executive Officer, Regional Executive of EMEA, MUFG Bank Ltd. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Takanori Sasaki, Regional Executive for EMEA of MUFG Bank. Let me explain who we are first. MUFG Bank is Japan's largest bank and one of the world's largest with offices in more than 50 countries. We employ around 150,000 bankers. Our history goes back more than 360 years, and we pride ourselves on our ability to build and maintain long-term relationships with our clients, promote real economic growth, and contribute to the capital markets. In 2008, we made a substantial investment in Morgan Stanley, which enabled us to expand for the global reach, in particular equity and M&As. Over the last several years, we have developed a successful commercial banking footprint encompassing ASEAN countries through the investment in commercial banks in 4 countries, namely Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, and Indonesia. MUFG, also a market leader in project finance, we have played an important role in financing some of the world's most significant projects, which are still having a positive impact on society today. Now we are converting this franchise into ESG businesses. Let me briefly address MUFG progress and the target in sustainability management. MUFG is fully committed to tackling climate change, which is clearly one of the most serious issues in the world. In order to align the goals of the Paris Agreement, MUFG will support a smooth transition to decarbonize society through the provision of financial services. We also proactively contribute to creating a sustainable society by fostering a virtuous cycle between environment and economy. I'd like to mention 2 remarkable highlights in our last fiscal year, 2021. The first point is that we increased the target for sustainable finance goal from 20 trillion to 35 trillion in yen, roughly $350 billion. The second point is the carbon neutrality declaration. MUFG is the first Japanese bank to declare carbon neutrality and participate in United Nations-led Net Zero Banking Alliance, NZBA. Our commitment to NZBA is to bring the emission of our operation to net zero by 2030 and emission of our entire portfolio by 2050. Our efforts will be focused on not just on Japan, but also globally. Finally, I'd like to introduce our business activities in Africa. MUFG is a leader in blended finance, and we have executed a number of transactions across the continent, developing long-term competitively phased financing from the new sources of the capital, in line with our commitment to sustainable financing. All our blended financing transactions are focused on financing ESG, SDG compliance project. We leverage our strategic relationship with multinational financial institutions, ECAs, DFIs, and government-related entities, as well as our global distribution platform to deliver unique solutions for African development. Let me explain the several transactions. MUFG has arranged many first-of-the-kind of transactions, raising in excess of $4 billion over the past 4 years. Some key highlight transactions at the top left, our second social node in Côte d'Ivoire, financing 71 social projects across the Republic. This was supported by ATI. At the second left of the top, debut green project bond in Egypt, refinancing 6 operating solar fields. This was delivered with the support of MIGA, EBRD, and various DFIs participated. Proactive arrangement of SCATEC and the government of Egypt made this successful. At the bottom left is COVID-19 support facility for African Export-Import Bank, which we closed in December 2020. This transaction was supported by NEXI and a debut facility under Lee's NEXI program. This deal supported Africa's development, mitigating economic impact caused by global pandemic. The transaction was awarded Debt Deal of the Year at African Banker Awards 2021. Taking these opportunities, I'd like to emphasize we are continuing to produce innovative financing solutions to support sustainable development in this continent. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate being able to present today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, time to introduce to you Mr. Ashok Shah, CEO of Apollo Investment Group. Mr. Shah, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Shah. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm honored to present a quick overview of Apollo Investments, a financial services player in Kenya. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. TICAD has brought together decision makers from Japan and Africa. They have shown that Africa is a continent of great opportunity and substantial provider of natural resources and tremendous growth with the support of Japanese acumen and expertise. When you look at most companies present here from Japan, most have been here for over 100 years. Despite 2 world wars, these companies have continued to be leaders in many, many ways and many, many sectors. APA Apollo is now 45 years old. Our two main shareholders are Kenmec and Swiss Re. We have continued to support our expansion through these shareholders, and we have grown to be a strong influence in the East African countries. We are looking at the greatest East African community, now with DRC becoming the 8th member of the East African community. These are the companies that we have. We are in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and we'll be looking at regional expansion. Our income is modest by Japanese standards. This year it will exceed $300 million. This represents 10% of Kenya's gross premium income, which is Kenya has a very low penetration of 2.7%, so there are great opportunities of expanding our business in these markets. We believe in strong internal processes. We have a full-fledged digital factory which helps us digitize our processes and provide solutions to meet different clients' needs. We have a journey chalked out to be leaders in ESG. To this end, we see insurance as providing sustainability to all those we insure or have their assets invested through our group companies. We believe that insurance can be a strong part of the value chain. We have insured 2 million smallholder farmers who, through our area yield insurance index, are guaranteed 70% yield for their crops. For the pastoralists in northern Kenya, we cover the forage on the ground. These are all done through NDVI and technology. We are in the process of providing insurance covers for well failures when drilling for steam for production of geothermal power. This will help all those who are expanding the capacity to produce green energy. Our CSR is heavily targeting environment, water, education, and youth. We have built 30 sand dams with local communities to give them clean water all year round. Our success is through partnerships. We have many partnerships and are growing this. One specific partnership is a cooperation agreement with Hollard of South Africa. Tokyo Marine is a significant shareholder of Hollard. We get much needed technical underwriting and reinsurance support that helps us insuring specialists and new risks. Another partnerships that we have going on is with the IFC. IFC has now started a women program with APA Insurance, which will be targeting women covers and increasing support to women. Kenya has a lot to offer, a lot of opportunity for Japanese financial institutions, both in insurance and banking. Kenya is one of the best, when it comes to financial sector, Kenya has got the best record, and Kenya also has strong regional ties to allow investors to grow their business in the region. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next up, please welcome Mr. Keiichiro Nakamura, CEO, SMBC Bank International PLC, Managing Executive Officer, Head of EMEA Division, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, and Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kei Nakamura, CEO of SMBC Bank International in the UK and Head of the EMEA Division of SMBC Group. Today, I would like to walk you through our capability in sustainable finance and opportunities in Africa. To start with, SMBC Group is one of the global systemically important banks with strong financial credit ratings, and we have over 150 offices operating outside Japan, covering more than 140 countries and regions. In Africa, we have been providing a variety of financial solutions for many years with established working relationships with ECAs, multilaterals, and local financial institutions. And thanks to this collaboration, SMBC maintains a consistent and established presence in African financial market. This slide shows some examples of our track record in Africa, and we are committed to supporting our clients by leveraging our financial expertise and global business network. Specifically on the topic of sustainable finance, we believe that SMBC Group has a competitive edge thanks to our broad and group-wide product offering. Our role is to support our customers with their transition plans in their quest for decarbonization while achieving our own sustainability targets. When it comes to Africa, SMBC has extensive experience in providing sustainable finance. For instance, alongside JICA of Japan, we provided a social loan for Afrexim to support the healthcare sector in Africa and to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. We also provided project finance to an onshore wind renewable project in Morocco in partnership with JBIC and Nexi. SMBC Group continues to deliver expert solutions and to contribute to Africa's sustainability objectives. I would also like to explain some further case studies where we have proactively pursued ESG and SDG initiatives in Africa. Firstly, SMBC arranged the first ever samurai bond for the Ministry of Finance in Egypt, together with Nexi, to help combat the spread of COVID-19 and promote dual-fuel vehicles in Egypt. This transaction is also aligned with the Japanese government's policy to mobilize private sector funds, as announced at TICAD8 in 2019. The second case study relates to the adoption of trade digitalization in Africa. This enables us to achieve streamlined operations across the multiple parties involved, as well as enhancing the transparency of transaction flows. This all helps our customers establish advanced and sustainable trade management processes. We are seeing that the demands from customers to digitalize trade flows is increasing, and SMBC continues to develop digital trade solutions in collaboration with African banks. We are pleased to announce that SMBC will enter into MOU with Bank Missouri of Egypt to promote such digital collaboration further. Overall, SMBC aims to continue providing innovative financial solutions in Africa to support new financing needs and trends to promote ESG and SDG initiatives across the continent. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. For our next speaker, please welcome Mr. Hideki Mishima, Executive Officer, General Manager, Europe and Africa Division, Chief Representative in the London Liaison Office of Tokyo Marine and Nishido Fire Insurance.
Thank you for your introduction. ありがとうございます。東京会場におきまして、欧州アフリカ地域を担当させていただいております。
Hello, my name is Hideki Mishima, and I am in charge of the Europe and Africa regions at Tokyo Marine. I would like to take this great opportunity to explain about how Tokyo Marine can be of service of you to in Africa. I understand that the time is extremely limited, so I will try to focus on the main points, and in Japanese, using the screen, using the slides on the screen.
と思っております。まず手前ども東京海上はご承知の通り、損害保険会社でございまして、
Tokyo Marine is a general insurance company that provides security and safety in the African market from the standpoint of an insurance company.
アフリカの経済
And we are striving towards a sustainable future for African economies and societies.
まず手前どもの弊社グループのネットワーク
The group's network is centered in Johannesburg, South Africa, and covers African countries from London, Paris, Cairo, Dubai, depending on the region. In particular, in South Africa, we have established a partnership with Hollard, the second largest P&C insurer in the country, with a 22.5 stake, and we're making the most of Hollard's network. In addition to Hollard, we have established a network of partner companies in other African countries to provide security and safety to the Japanese companies. There are various risks that are unique to the African market and the risks that the Japanese companies may face when entering or expanding their business there. For example, natural disasters such as floods and earthquakes, terrorism, and political instability can never be ruled out, as well as labor or logistics issues. We need to organize and manage such risks, starting with risk identification, as well as risk evaluation, coming up with the necessary countermeasures, and then implementing them. In addition, we need to consider in normal times how to mitigate and control risk, and should an accident occur, how to minimize damage and ensure early restoration work, and have systems in place, as well as formulating a business continuity plan, and all while ranging and suitable for Africa from a perspective of proper risk management. This is extremely familiar case of a very quick recovery from a fire, an accident experienced by an automotive manufacturer.
なお、アフリカにおきましては、駐在員の皆様や従業員の方々の健康問題、特にフード病
In Africa, we recognize that the health of our employees and staff, particularly with regard to endemic diseases, is an important issue. It's an important issue, so we transfer staff overseas for treatment as needed, thereby focusing on security and safety in a people-centric way. Furthermore, we cannot turn our eyes away from the business of decarbonization. We have listened to many presentations regarding renewable energy today, and we believe that the importance will become even greater in the future. The Tokyo Marine Group has a subsidiary called G-Cube that provides professional risk solutions for renewable energy businesses, and they are based in London. We are also exploring opportunities for our subsidiary G-Cube to be of service to our customers under the keyword of decarbonization business in the future. And finally, the Tokyo Marine Group will continue to support companies entering or expanding business in Africa by taking on new challenges and will contribute to their further success and development. And above all, we are determined to contribute to the prosperity and development of the African economy and society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last intervention for this fourth session with Dr. Rita Babiuka Nzanze, Director and Chief Economist and Head of Research and Strategy, Africa Finance Corporation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing Samaila Zubeiru, President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation, who would have loved to be here, but unfortunately his scheduling would not allow it. The AFC was formed 15 years ago by African sovereign states to provide solutions to Africa's infrastructure deficit and challenging operating environment. Our mindset is one of finding solutions, de-risking and delivering transformational projects that bring about Africa's economic growth and industrial development. Almost 2/3 of the continent's countries are members of AFC, including today's host country, Tunisia. If Mr. Zubeiru were standing here, I'm convinced he would be saying to us that it's not about Africa as a problem for fixing, but rather recalibrating our thinking to see Africa as a place for solutions to the most urgent problems facing the world today. He would say to us, Africa holds the key. Whether it's the global climate crisis and energy transition, as many speakers before me have highlighted, or the global supply chain disruptions, or the current food and energy security threats, Africa is instrumental to the solutions for these global challenges. And at AFC, we believe that developing infrastructure and closing Africa's infrastructure deficit represents the last mile in terms of increasing productivity and raising prosperity. So take the global climate crisis, for example. Africa has roughly 1/6 of the world's remaining forests, about 674 million hectares. These tropical and montane forests are a powerful natural sink, carbon sink, absorbing an estimated 1.1 billion to 1.5 billion tons of CO2 annually, more than the Amazon or any other region's rainforests. In short, Africa is making an outsized contribution to cleaning up global carbon emissions that far exceeds its own contribution to the problem, given that our share of CO2 emissions is really low, as we all know. However, today those carbon sinks are at risk because out of necessity and with no other access to energy for basic cooking, many local populations are forced to use those critical trees for wood fuel. Therefore, solving Africa's energy deficit, which is one of our primary mandates at AFC, is critical to addressing the global climate crisis. The same goes for the food security problem. 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa, as somebody pointed out just before me, but only 3% is currently in use, meaning that Africa can also be instrumental in terms of finding a global solution there. To harness Africa's opportunities and unleash these solutions will require three things. The first is financing. The second is external partnerships. And the third is local relationships and knowledge of doing business across Africa. The AFC and our other sister DFIs on the continent offer that local knowledge and key relationships with African private and public sectors. But what we need are the external partnerships and financing that can help us do more and go further in accelerating Africa's development and unleashing its solutions. We welcome the opportunity to work and collaborate together with Japanese business and official sectors. AFC has had a long-standing relationship with several Japanese financial institutions. And we're very proud to say that in 2019, we became the largest ever issuer of a samurai loan with the support of MFUG and SMBC. We're also extremely proud and grateful that in the context of this TICAD meeting, we have been able to formalize our relationship through MOUs with MFUG, SMBC, and Mizuho Bank. These relationships are extremely critical to a financial institution like ours, an African financial institution, in terms of helping us tap into the deep capital markets that Japan and Asia more broadly have. We also welcome the Japanese government's shift in focus from aid to investment, as articulated yesterday by Prime Minister Kishida. We believe that solving Africa's financing crisis, which is the additional crisis, the unspoken crisis that Africa faces, in infrastructure alone, the funding gap pre-COVID was something like $100 billion a year. That gap would have widened post-COVID. We know that estimates of the infrastructure pipeline between 2020 and 2028 are something like $2 trillion. Increasingly at AFC, we're thinking not just about the infrastructure gap, but also what it would take to climate-proof any infrastructure build that we do. And our estimates put that at something like 30% on top of the actual cost. So the total pipeline between 2020 and 2028 is something like $3.1 trillion. And that's just on infrastructure. So we need partners and we need support. We also need to be creative and innovative in terms of the way we think about financing. So we believe that the external official sector can also play a critical role in unlocking private sector capital for Africa by, for example, repurposing some government aid into first loss guarantees on infrastructure projects or insurance to help reduce the risk for private investors. Lastly, let me reiterate that Africa is open for business and investment, as we've all heard in the context of this meeting. And we at the Africa Finance Corporation, we stand ready as the bridge connecting investors to Africa and vice versa to unleash Africa's instrumental role as a global growth engine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And at the end of this thematic session, number 4, we would like to invite you to the signing ceremony of the MOU between Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, NEXI, and African Trade Insurance Agency, ATI. Thank you. Thank you for the whole team, and thank you for your patience. And now I would like to ask 3 speakers, namely Mr. Shinichi Nakatani, State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, Mr. Atsuo Kuroda, Chairman and CEO of NEXI, and Mr. Manuel Moses, Chief Executive Officer at ATI, to come to the front, please. Thank you. Gentlemen, take your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I would like to ask Mr. Nakatani Shinichi, State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, to deliver your speech. A warm welcome, please.
Officer of the African Trade Insurance Agency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Nakatani Shinichi, State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. It is my great pleasure to have the chance to deliver a speech at this forum. Today, Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, NEXI, and the African Trade Insurance Organization, ATI, which has a wealth of experience and extensive network in Africa, will sign a memorandum of understanding toward cooperation on finance to support private sector investment, strengthening collaboration with diverse partners, including African regional financial institutions, is one of the 3 pillars of Japan's Green Growth Initiative with Africa, announced by Prime Minister Kishida yesterday. This MOU is a symbolic example to the pillar. Based on the MOU, both NEXI and ATI will take a specific procedure for investment from NEXI to ATI. I would like to express my sincere respect for the efforts made by all persons involved and wish for further development of cooperative relationship in the future. METI amended the law governing the establishment of NEXI this year to enable NEXI to invest in multilateral financial institutions such as ATI. I am highly confident that strengthening cooperation between these two organizations will contribute to promoting more Japanese participation in African business. The Japanese government will continue to boost the win-win relationship between Africa and Japan. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nakatani. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Kuroda Atsuo, Chairman and CEO of Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, to deliver your speech.
Excellency Shizu Nakatani, State Minister of Economic Trade and Industry, Ms. Manuel Moses, Chief Executive Officer, African Trade Insurance Agency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Kuroda, Chairman and CEO of Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, NEXI, which is wholly owned by Japanese government to support Japanese international trade, investment, and finance. Through our insurance, we have been contributing to economic development in Africa. Most recently, NEXI and African Trade Insurance Agency, ATI, jointly underwrote investment insurance to support Japanese companies' equity investment in Ethiopian telecommunication project, which is a highly important transaction for NEXI and ATI. Following this showcase transaction, we would like to support many Japanese investment projects in Africa with ATI. Today, I am truly honored to announce that we signed MOU with ATI. The MOU aims that both NEXI and ATI undertakes necessary procedures for NEXI's subscription of ATI shares for both parties to cooperate to complete the membership process. NEXI will continue to work closely with ATI to encourage more Japanese companies to make international trade and investment in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kuroda. At last, I would like to request Mr. Manuel Moses, Chief Executive Officer of African Trade Insurance Agency, to deliver your speech.
Your Excellency Yakatani Shinichi, the State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry, my brother Tsuo Kuroda, CEO and Chairman of NEXI, ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa. My name is Manuel Moses, the CEO of African Trade Insurance Agency. It is with great honor and pleasure and privilege to address this ceremony of the signing of our MOU that further strengthens our relationship between our sister institutions, ATI and NEXI. This under the umbrella of the ongoing TICAD8 summit in this historic city of Tunis. We appreciate NEXI and Japan's collective commitment towards strengthening the partnership and collaboration that we witnessed over the decades about Japan's commitment to Africa under the TICAD framework. In 2022, Africa faced, like the rest of the world, faced a lot of challenges, including the pandemic, the effects of the pandemic, the ongoing disruptions that have been mentioned in fuel and food supply chains. Yet, Japan is committed to continue its support to Africa as we witness its collaboration with ATI. ATI and NEXI have already started this collaboration, as already mentioned, in a historical transaction that supported an Ethiopian investment in telecommunications. We are proud that
many, many more transactions would follow in the spirit of TICAD of converting aid into investment through the issuance of insurance and guarantees. We believe that this partnership can only grow further. If you remember, during TICAD8, hosted in Japan, ATI and NEXI opened the Japan desk. Under the Japan desk, since that time, ATI has received inquiries worth $1.5 billion worth of inquiries that we've been working on. This desk is working very well. Most recently, like I've said, we are working in Ethiopia and many more to come. Soon, under the MOU, once it is signed, we hope NEXI will take the necessary steps to invest in ATI. We already have our shareholder approvals that allows NEXI to invest in ATI. We also want to thank the Minister and METI for allowing and amending the law that allows NEXI to invest in institutions like ourselves. So we believe this is the future is bright. I thank you and I will look forward to the collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moses. Now we would like to move to the signing of the MOU. Mr. Kuroda and Mr. Moses, please sign the MOU in front of you. The MOU is now successfully signed. We would like to move to a photo session. Mr. Kuroda and Mr. Moses, please take one MOU with you and please shake hands. I would like to ask Mr. Nakatani to stand between Mr. Kuroda and Mr. Moses. Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. The signing ceremony of the MOU is now successfully concluded. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. Dear three speakers, please now go back to your original seats. Thank you. The ceremony is now over. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's session. Once again, we would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the speakers for their engaging speeches and presentations. Few minutes to set up the stage. Over the course of the past 2 days, we hope that you have been able to gain a sense of the way in which business ties between Japan and Africa are expanding and deepening, and to appreciate the significant opportunities that are opening up. So we hope this forum will help accelerate the dynamic development of business collaboration between Japan and Africa again. Finally, thanks again for this efficient team, and thank you for the patience. And now, please, a warm welcome for Professor Najla Boudem, Prime Minister of the Republic of Tunisia. Please come on stage to give your closing remarks. Prime Minister Boudem, welcome.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to deliver the final remarks. It will be in Arabic. So, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني أن أختتم هذه الدورة الثالثة لمنتدى التعاون الاقتصادي الإفريقي الياباني الذي امتد على مدار هذين اليومين. ولقد تابعت باهتمام مشاريات نقاشاتكم ومداخلاتكم ومقترحاتكم القيمة وذات الصلة بمختلف المحاور التي تناولها هذا المنتدى. هذا المنتدى الذي يشكل إحدى أهم الآليات التي من شأنها أن تكسب الشراكة الإفريقية اليابانية بعداً عملياً نظراً للفرص الواعدة التي توفرها القارة من جهة، والدور الحيوي للقطاع الخاص كشريك تنموي أساسي في دعم الاقتصاد وخلق الثروة وتطوير الإنتاجية ودعم الاستثمارات من جهة أخرى. أصحاب المعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، لقد بات من الضروري اليوم القطع مع الصورة النمطية لإفريقيا كعبء على الاقتصاد العالمي وكفضاء لعدم الاستقرار، واعتبارها أحد أكثر المناطق جذباً للاستثمارات، لا سيما في ضوء إرساء منطقة التجارة الحرة القارية التي تضم ما يناهز 1.2 مليار نسمة، وما حققته القارة من أشواط هامة على درب الإصلاح السياسي والاقتصادي، إضافة إلى ما تسخم به من موارد بشرية، وهو ما يساهم حتماً في رسم ملاحم مرحلة جديدة من التنمية الإفريقية. وإن الحاجة أكيدة اليوم في ضوء التحديات القائمة وتفاقم أزمة الأمن الغذائي والطاقي لتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص حتى يكون رافداً أساسياً من روافد التنمية والنمو، ورافعة للاقتصاد الإفريقي في مجالات حيوية على غرار البنية التحتية ذات الجودة العالية والاقتصاد الأخضر والبحث العلمي والطاقات المتجددة والمؤسسات الناشئة والابتكار والتجديد والنقل والصحة ودعم القدرات البشرية في قطاعات التكنولوجيا والصناعات ذات القيمة المضافة. وإني أرحب في هذا السياق بإعلان الوزير الأول الياباني كيشيدا يوم الأمس على تخصيص مبلغ 30 مليار دولار في إطار قمة تونس للسنوات الثلاثة المقبلة لتعزيز النمو الأخضر والصحة والتربية والإدارة والصناعة والفلاحة والطب، ودعم قدرات الموارد البشرية بتدريب 300,000 من الناشطين في المجالات المذكورة. أصحاب المعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، لقد شهد حجم التبادل التجاري بين إفريقيا واليابان وكذلك حجم الاستثمارات اليابانية في القارة تطوراً على مدى السنوات الأخيرة، غير أنه يظل قابلاً للمضاعفة بالنظر إلى الفرص الحقيقية للتعاون والإمكانيات المتوفرة. ولا يمكن أن يتحقق ذلك إلا من خلال تهيئة بيئة استثمارية تشجع على ريادة الأعمال وتحفيز الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص، وتشجيع التعاون بين القطاع الخاص الإفريقي والإفريقي الياباني لتحقيق التحول الاقتصادي الذي يستجيب للتحديات الماثلة. ولا يفوتني في هذا السياق أن أؤكد على ضرورة انخراط مختلف الأطراف بما في ذلك المؤسسات المالية الإقليمية والدولية في بلورة آليات مبتكرة تكفل تخفيف عبء الديون الإفريقية وتمويل التنمية المستدامة في القارة بما يدعم التمكين الاقتصادي ويعزز روح المبادرة خاصة لدى المرأة والشباب. كما نؤكد على أهمية أن تقوم الدول المانحة بتجديد تعهداتها فيما يتعلق باستخدام حقوق السحب الخاصة لدعم التنمية المستدامة في إفريقيا، بما من شأنه أن يسهم في توفير رأس مال إضافي وتمويل لمصاريف التنمية الإفريقية الإقليمية، وكذلك لتقديم قروض ميسرة للبلدان النامية والأقل نمواً لمساعدتها على التعافي من تداعيات كوفيد-19. أصحاب المعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن تونس ستواصل العمل للمساهمة في دعم الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين إفريقيا واليابان وفتح آفاق جديدة أمام المستثمرين اليابانيين باعتبار موقع تونس الجغرافي المتميز وانفتاحها على مختلف الفضاءات الاقتصادية والجغرافية، وباعتبار أيضاً مسار الإصلاح الاقتصادي والاجتماعي الذي شرعت فيه لتهيئة المناخ الملائم لتشجيع الفاعلين الاقتصاديين والمستثمرين. وإني أجدد الدعوة للقطاع الخاص الياباني لإثراء وتنويع استثماراتهم وشراكاتهم في تونس وفي إفريقيا، وأرحب في هذا السياق بمجمل مذكرات التفاهم التي تم توقيعها على هامش هذا المنتدى من أجل تسهيل الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص وتطوير مجال التأمين في تونس وتحلية المياه وتوليد الطاقة والاتصالات الرقمية وغير ذلك من المجالات. وإني على يقين بأن اتفاقية التشجيع على الاستثمار التي شرع الجانبان التونسي والياباني في التفاوض بشأنها ستشكل إطاراً محفزاً على مضاعفة الاستثمارات اليابانية في تونس على أساس المنفعة وبما يخدم مصلحة البلدين الصديقين. إننا نتطلع إلى أن تشهد السنوات الثلاث القادمة انطلاقة جديدة على درب الشراكة الإفريقية اليابانية والإفريقية الإفريقية من جهة، والتونسية اليابانية من جهة أخرى، وذلك خلال تنفيذ الالتزامات والتوصيات المتفق عليها ومختلف مذكرات التفاهم الموقعة عليها في إطار تيكاد 8 من أجل بناء شراكة مستدامة قوامها الملكية الإفريقية والشراكة الدولية. أشكركم على جهودكم وعلى حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ودوزو arigatou gozaimasu.
Prime Minister Budin, thank you so much. Please stay with us on stage, because before closing this forum, we will now have a general photo session with all of you in this room. But first of all, I want to invite Mr. Shinichi Nakatani, State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. Please come to the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from the first and second row tables, please join your original seat to invite the second group. I ask, please, Professor Najla Bouden, Prime Minister of the Republic of Tunisia, and Mr. Shinichi Nakatani, State Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, to stay with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please join your original seats. Special thanks to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Tunisia, Professor Nadia Boudin, and Mr. Shinichi Nakatani, State Minister for Economic Trade and Industry of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the TICAD8 Business Forum Day 2. It just remains for me to say thank you very much for taking the time to be with us here today. Please leave your interpretation device on your seat when you leave. I wish you all the best, and we look forward to welcoming you back here again in the future. Long life and success for Japan, long life and success for Africa. Thanks for each and every one of you, and thanks for the technical team, thanks for the organization team, and everyone who made the success of this TICAD8. Thank you so much.